Chapter 1702. Yi Xian chatted with the two supreme beings for a while before the two supreme beings took their leave. However, before the space-time master left, Yi Xian opened his mouth. He wanted to mention the heaven-breaking cauldron to the space-time master, but he swallowed his words. Yi Xian wanted to ask the space-time master for the heaven-breaking cauldron, but he thought about it and held back because it would put the space-time master in a difficult position. Although the two of them had a close relationship, the heaven-breaking cauldron was a supreme treasure. If Yi Xian asked for it, he would be forcing the space-time master to give it to him. The time was not right. Yi Xian could only sigh in his heart. He could only find the right time to mention it. Now was not the time to ask for the heaven-breaking cauldron. All the supreme beings left. Yi Xian gradually calmed down, and a deep look flashed across his eyes. Today's battle with the immortal Heaven Lord was not just about the grudge between the two of them. To a large extent, it was also Yi Xian's deterrence to the other supreme beings. To put it bluntly, although Yi Xian was not a supreme being, they could not suppress him. He also had the foundation to fight against the supreme beings. After this battle, Yi Xian could finally establish himself in the chaotic world and no longer have to look at the supreme beings. However, Yi Xian felt a little regretful. If he could kill the immortal Heaven Lord today, the situation today would be different. Unfortunately, opening the 10 heavenly gates to fight against the supreme beings was already the limit. According to Yi Xian's calculations, he would have to open the 11th heavenly gate at least if he wanted to kill the supreme beings of all time. The 11th heavenly gate. Yi Xian murmured. A deep look flashed across his eyes, and there was a faint throbbing in his heart. Yi Xian had a feeling that if the 11th heavenly gate could be compared to the supreme beings, it could even kill them. Could the 12th heavenly gate be compared to the taboo? When this thought flashed across Yi Xian's mind, he immediately rejected this absurd idea. Impossible. There was no chance of that happening. Even if he opened the 12th heaven's gate, he would never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Forbidden Realm. This was because Yi Xian clearly remembered that ancient Shadow had suppressed the 10 strongest beings all by himself. If it wasn't for the appearance of the chaotic heavenly punishment, he would have almost killed the 10 strongest beings. However, Yi Xian had a theory. Perhaps when the 12 heavens gates merged into one, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the taboo. However, Yi Xian was thinking about something. After the 12 heavenly gates merged into one, would the next realm be the half-step omnipotent? No. Absolutely impossible. After opening the 10th gate of heaven, he could already fight against the strongest. Although he was not as strong as the strongest, he was already extremely terrifying. Yi Xian had a feeling that when he broke through to the next realm, there would definitely be an earth-shattering change. Not half-step to the strongest. He wasn't the strongest of all time. Instead, it was a realm that he had never known. It was just that Yi Xian was at a loss about this realm, but he was secretly looking forward to it. Yi Xian slowly exhaled a turbid breath. He calmed himself down. It was still too early to think about these things. His current mission was to find a way to open the 11th gate of heaven. Boom! Yi Xian took a step forward and disappeared into the vast starry sky. Eastern region, Black Kshetra sect. Figures flickered, and killing intent filled the air. The Black Kshetra sect leader led the entire sect and surrounded Yi Fengtian. The Black Kshetra sect leader's face was terrifyingly gloomy. His eyes were also filled with coldness as he looked at Yi Fengtian. Ever since Yi Xian and the Immortal Heaven Master left, the Black Kshetra sect leader fully understood what it meant to be a lackey. He trapped Yi Fengtian here and waited for the Immortal Heaven Master to return victoriously. In his heart, he was looking forward to what kind of reward the Immortal Heaven Master would give him. Yi Xian is dead. He won't be able to come back, the Black Kshetra sect leader said coldly. My master will not be defeated, Yi Fengtian said calmly. Yi Fengtian calmly spoke. His expression was solemn and respectful because in his heart, Yi Xian was the strongest person. Shameless boasting, the Black Kshetra sect leader sneered. Rumble. All of a sudden. The sky darkened as the wind howled. A figure walked out from the starry sky. The Black Kshetra sect leader's spirits were lifted. He looked up and saw the figure. He thought the immortal heaven master had returned after killing Yi Xian. However, in the next moment, the Black Kshetra sect leader's expression changed drastically. He rubbed his eyes hard, unable to believe what he was seeing. Yi Xian. How is he still alive? The Black Kshetra sect leader cried out in fear when he saw Yi Xian. He retreated in fear and looked around for the immortal heaven master. Master. Yi Fengtian controlled his emotions when he saw Yi Xian return. He bowed deeply at Yi Xian. Child, I've made you suffer. Yi Xian walked up to Yi Fengtian and patted him on the shoulder. As for the Black Kshetra sect leader and the others, Yi Xian ignored them. It's not hard. It's not hard to see you again, Master, Yi Fengtian said in a trembling voice. Looking at Yi Xian could vaguely see the outline of the child he used to be. After so many years, the simple child had grown into a young man. Even Yi Xian sighed. Back then, Yi Xian's heavenly gate was destroyed. He thought his future was over. That was why he left behind his inheritance and passed it to the child. He did not expect that after hundreds of millions of years, the child would walk out of the primeval age and come here. Yi Xian did not know what the child had gone through over the years. However, since he was able to cultivate to the immortal realm, he must have gone through a lot. You've made me proud to be able to reach this stage with just a mortal body. Yi Xian said with relief. Yi Xian had a mortal body. Only he knew how difficult it was for him to cultivate to this stage. Master, when we parted, I said that I would follow your footsteps. I will definitely come to the chaotic world, Yi Fengtian said. It's all in the past. Come with me. Yi Xian nodded. He was ready to leave with Yi Fengtian. However, before he left, he had to do something. Kill. That's right. Kill. Rumble. Yi Xian raised his 5 fingers slightly. The sky within hundreds of millions of miles trembled. A giant palm appeared and was about to kill everyone in the Black Kshetra sect. Spare me. Spare me. The Black Kshetra sect leader's face turned pale as he knelt on the ground. Everyone in the Black Kshetra sect screamed in horror. Clearly, they were terrified by Yi Xian's methods. If you want to harm me, my disciple, you should be prepared to die. Yi Xian mercilessly spoke. His 5 fingers were about to crush all of these ants to death on the spot. No. All of a sudden. A woman's cry could be heard. A girl in red staggered toward Yi Xian and his disciple. She was the Black Kshetra sect leader's daughter, Wan Hongling. Master, please wait, Yi Fengtian said hurriedly. Yi Fengtian hurriedly spoke, causing Yi Xian to frown. The world-suppressing strike didn't descend, and the terrifying giant palm in the sky slowly dissipated. Chapter 1703. Fengtian, please spare my father's life. Plop. Wan Hongling's face was pale. She knelt down in front of Yi Fengtian and kept kowtowing. Tears kept falling from her eyes. Get up. Yi Fengtian quickly helped the girl up. He couldn't bear to see her like this. Master, Yi Fengtian looked at Yi Xian with a red face. There was a hint of desperation in his eyes. Obviously, he couldn't bear to kill Wan Hongling. Fengtian, they want to harm you and me. We should kill them all. Yi Xian said coldly. Master, she once risked her life to save me. Yi Fengtian couldn't bear it. It's the so-called love again. Yi Xian turned his head away and let out a long sigh. Feng Tian, you have inherited all my skills. Do you know what path I am walking? Yi Xian said with his back facing Yi Feng Tian. Six desires are heartless, heaven and earth are heartless. Yi Feng Tian had inherited almost all of Yi Xian's skills. He naturally knew what path his master was walking. This made him tremble. The so-called love is nothing more than an illusion. The so-called beauty is nothing more than a pink skeleton. I abandoned love when I was young because I knew that the so-called love would only become a hindrance on my path of cultivation. Yi Xian sighed. Master. Plop. Yi Feng Tian knelt down with a pale face. Wan Hongling also knelt down with Yi Feng Tian in front of Yi Xian. Her face was full of tears. Master, I know you are a powerful person. My father was wrong to want to harm you. If you really want to kill him, as his daughter, I am willing to pay with my life for him. Wan Hongling kept kowtowing to Yi Xian and begged Yi Xian. What a filial and affectionate little girl. But you're begging the wrong person. I will never show mercy for a woman. Yi Xian slowly turned around, his face cold and emotionless, completely unmoved by the girl's pleas. Feng Tian, I'll give you two choices. You can kill this woman and wipe out the entire Black Kshetra sect. The second option is that I respect your wishes and let them live today. It's up to you to decide. Yi Xian's gaze was deep as he looked at his only disciple. Master, I've disappointed you. I really can't do it. I really can't do it, Yi Feng Tian said bitterly. Give Master an explanation, Yi Xian said in a low voice. Because my path is different from Master's. Suddenly, Yi Feng Tian raised his head and looked at Yi Xian. His face was filled with determination. Master, you've taught me a lot of skills. I should have walked the same path as you, but I can't be emotionless. I want to walk the path that suits me best, so I really can't go against my will and kill Hongling. Yi Feng Tian kowtowed. All right. Yi Xian wasn't disappointed or angry at Yi Feng Tian's disobedience. Instead, the corners of his mouth curved into a slight smile. In fact, since Wan Hongling appeared, Yi Xian had given Yi Feng Tian a test that would determine Yi Feng Tian's future. If Yi Feng Tian killed Wan Hongling, he would follow in Yi Xian's footsteps. He would only be walking on Yi Xian's path, not his own. If a person wanted to reach the peak, he must follow his own heart. If he couldn't follow his heart and walked on someone else's path, he would only end up as a mediocre person. For example, the three Shensis in the battlefield of 100. They only cultivated the chaotic fate spacetime. They didn't walk on their own path. In the end, they could only end up as mediocre and be killed by others. Yi Feng Tian didn't choose to kill Wan Hongling. He had his own opinions and followed his own heart. In Yi Xian's eyes, Yi Feng Tian was a talent with great potential. Back in the Eldritch world, Yi Xian also saw that this child was honest. That was why he wanted to pass down his skills. Only those that were suitable for oneself were the best. Yi Xian walked on the path of abandoning love. Yi Feng Tian was not him. He had his own path to walk. Yi Xian understood this very well. Feng Tian, tell me, do you like this girl? Yi Xian asked calmly. Yi Xian's question made Yi Feng Tian's face turn red, but he still nodded and said, although I don't want to admit it, I do like Hongling. Little girl, what about you? Yi Xian looked at the girl and asked. I like Big Brother Yi. Wan Hongling's face turned red, but she still nodded vigorously. At this time, she wouldn't be pretentious. Good. Yi Xian nodded and said, since you two are in love with each other, then I'll give you two a test. If you can pass this test, then I'll allow you two to be together and believe in that so-called love. Senior, no matter what the test is, we will pass it. Wan Hongling bit her lips and said with determination. Master, Fengtian will do the same. Yi Fengtian said. Good. Yi Xian's eyes deepened. Reincarnation. Buzz. All of a sudden. Yi Xian's 10 great heavenly gates opened with a loud bang. Rays of reincarnation light descended, instantly submerging the two of them. The next moment. Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling seemed to have lost their souls. The two were completely covered by the light of reincarnation. They were going through an extremely terrifying calamity. What was reincarnation? Since Yi Xian comprehended the profound of reincarnation, he had a lot of great skills. At this moment, the two were immersed in the light of reincarnation and were going through a different life. This life was made up by Yi Xian for the two. If they could pass the test, Yi Xian would really believe that there was true love in this world. Will you pass the test? Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the two who seemed to have lost their souls. He murmured. No one knew that the two were in the reincarnation dream and were going through a process from life to death. Reincarnation dream, illusion empty flower. Although the life Yi Xian made up for the two was not real, in the reincarnation dream, it was the most realistic life. There was no difference. This life had happened to Yi Xian before. It was also the biggest question in Yi Xian's heart. Perhaps the two could give him an answer today. Back then. The Eldritch World. The 12 ancestors of sorcery turned into the real body of Pangu and went to the celestial court. In order to save him, the Empyrean fairy was trampled to death by the real body of Pangu. This matter had been buried in the depths of Yi Xian's memory. To be honest, Yi Xian did not have any feelings for the Empyrean fairy. Until the moment the Empyrean fairy died, Yi Xian felt pain in his heart. He once asked himself if this was the love the Empyrean fairy had for him. In order to save his life, she did not care about her own safety. In the end, she ended up with her soul scattered. Did she have no regrets? At this moment, Yi Xian made up a reincarnation dream for the two, and this reincarnation dream replayed the scene that he and the Empyrean fairy experienced in the Eldritch World. However, the protagonists were changed to Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling. If the two really had an undying love, they could pass the test. If they could not pass the test, they would end up with their souls scattered and die. It was not that Yi Xian was cruel. It was that he had high hopes for Yi Fengtian. If the two of them only had a superficial love, and Yi Fengtian went against his will for a woman, this kind of disciple would die. Chapter 1704. What's wrong with them? The Black Kshetra Hierophant didn't dare to speak. Now that he saw his son and daughter's dazed expressions, he decided to test them. Shut up. Yi Xian said coldly. The Black Kshetra Hierophant shuddered. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and didn't dare to make a sound. Time passed little by little. Yi Xian watched the two people in the reincarnation dream with his Dharma eye of destruction. From the moment they met, to the moment they faced death, Yi Xian's expression kept changing. He felt like he was seeing himself and the Empyrean fairy. Only at this moment did Yi Xian deeply understand that the mysterious maiden had silently accompanied him all those years ago, but he had never felt the slightest bit of reluctance towards her. Only when the mysterious maiden had died for him did he feel guilty. Boom! All of a sudden, the light of reincarnation dissipated. Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling suddenly opened their eyes. However, they looked extremely confused. It was as if they hadn't woken up from the dream. Hongling. In the next moment, when Yi Fengtian saw Wan Hongling appear in front of him alive, tears streamed down his face. He was extremely emotional. Brother Yi, didn't I die? Wan Hongling asked in a daze. Reincarnation dream, empty dream. Although the two of them seemed to have woken up in a very short time, they had already experienced tens of thousands of years in the dream. So, there really is such a thing as undying love in this world. Empyrean fairy, in the end, I, Yi Xian, am the one who has let you down. Yi Xian muttered in a daze. A trace of self-mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Abandoning love mercilessly and killing fiercely. This was the path that Yi Xian had chosen. He didn't regret it. However, when he suddenly looked back, he realized that he had only been accompanied by the wind of eternity. The people and things he used to be familiar with had turned to dust with the passage of time. He was the only one who traveled through eternity. It was lonely at the top. Only eternal loneliness accompanied him. Yi Xian had unknowingly gotten used to this kind of loneliness. Yi Xian felt a bit self-deprecating. Was this his greatest sorrow? Master? When Yi Fengtian saw Yi Xian, he suddenly woke up from his stupor. Only then did he remember what Yi Xian had said to the two of them. He also knew that he and Wan Hongling had just had an eternal dream. Senior. Wan Hongling also regained her senses. However, she looked at Yi Xian with extreme fear in her eyes. The dream just now was too real, and she felt that Yi Xian's ability was too terrifying. Yi Xian's thoughts turned as he calmly looked at the two of them. The corners of his mouth slowly curved into a kind smile. You've passed Master's test. In 10,000 years, Master will hold a grand wedding for you. Yi Xian said gently. Wedding? Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling were stunned for a moment before their faces flushed red. They never thought that Yi Xian would actually want them to get married. Before Yi Fengtian could say anything, Yi Xian said indifferently, since ancient times, the parents' orders are the words of the matchmaker. You have to listen to me on this matter. After Yi Xian said that, he looked at the black Kshetra Hierophant and said, I want to marry you. What do you think? Just one look from Yi Xian made the black Kshetra Hierophant break out in cold sweat. He did not dare to say no. He was afraid that Yi Xian would kill him out of anger. Yes, yes. The black Kshetra Hierophant nodded repeatedly. He even wiped the sweat off his forehead. Being able to keep his life was better than anything else. Okay. Yi Xian slowly nodded. He used the universal shift technique and directly tore open a cross-domain passageway. With a wave of his sleeve, Yi Fengtian and the others were directly sucked into his sleeve and disappeared into the void. In the celestial court of the north of the Grand Central Region. Master. Master. Inside the Celestial Emperor Palace. Yi Xian sat on the throne. A large number of people from the Celestial Court stood on either side of him. Gu Beichen, Fatso Huang, and the others bowed. Li Taichu and Jun Wushuang were in high spirits. Since the battle between Yi Xian and the Undying Heaven Lord, although it had only ended in a draw, this matter quickly spread throughout the entire chaotic world, causing Yi Xian's reputation to reach an extremely terrifying level, faintly comparable to the strongest of all time. Yi Xian's return boosted the morale of the Celestial Court of the north of the Celestial Court. Everyone was in high spirits. They wanted to dominate the entire Grand Central Region under the leadership of Yi Xian. Everyone was ambitious. Yi Xian was like that, and so were his subordinates. If they could become the overlord of the Grand Central Region, the benefits would be unimaginable. At this moment, Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling stood nervously beside Yi Xian. Obviously, the grand occasion of the Celestial Court of the north of the Celestial Court made them a little nervous. After all, the cultivators standing in front of them were all powerful. At this moment, they were worshipping Yi Xian with fanatical devotion. Today, I have two things to announce. Yi Xian's voice echoed in the imperial palace. This also made the slightly noisy voices disappear. Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Xian. First, Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling will be husband and wife 10,000 years later. Second, the Celestial Court of the Celestial Court will be renamed the Zhangtian Palace. From now on, there will be no more Celestial Court of the north of the Celestial Court. The Zuntian Palace will also truly stand in the Grand Central region. As Yi Xian finished speaking, the crowd was silent for a moment. Then, they erupted into loud cheers. Obviously, Yi Xian's decision was what everyone wanted. They had endured here for so many years. Finally, they could walk openly in the Grand Central region. Sir, since you created the Zuntian Palace, you should naturally have a title. Fatso Huang rolled his eyes and said. That's right. I think the title of Celestial Emperor suits you best, Gu Beichen hurriedly added. How about Yi Tiandi? Fatso Huang suggested with a smile. After all, when Yi Xian was the master of the celestial court in the three realms, he used the title of Yi Tiandi. I don't think it's appropriate. Sir, you used the title of Yi Tiandi before. Also, this is not the Eldritch world. I think it's better to change the title, Gu Beichen retorted. Zuntian Palace. Jun Wushuang muttered to herself. Then, her eyes lit up. She was a very talented woman. According to the name of the orthodoxy established by Yi Xian, she could vaguely guess what Yi Xian wanted. Master, why don't you call yourself the master of the Zuntian Emperor? Jun Wushuang probed. Master of the Zuntian Emperor? As Jun Wushuang's words fell, the crowd murmured. Then, their eyes lit up. They felt that the title was indeed suitable for Yi Xian. Zuntian Emperor. Emperor. Yi Xian's eyes were deep. Then, he slowly nodded. The Zuntian formula that he created was indeed suitable for the title. Greetings, Emperor. Fatso Huang could best guess Yi Xian's intentions. When he saw Yi Xian nod, he knew that Yi Xian was very satisfied with the title. He quickly bowed to Yi Xian. As Fatso Huang bowed first, the others hurriedly followed suit. Yi Xian's title was thus decided. In fact, Yi Xian did not care about these titles. His thoughts were all on his own cultivation. After all, only when he was strong could he be eternal. Chapter 1705. However, it was necessary to have a title because every strongest of all time had their own title. Although Yi Xian was not the strongest, he was not much different from them. Moreover, the Zuntian Palace that he established was going to dominate the chaotic world. If he did not even have a title, he would be criticized by all the creatures in the chaotic world. Just like the Extreme Love Master Yi Qingmei, the world only knew her as the Extreme Love Master, but almost no one knew her real name. Not only the Extreme Love Master, but also the other strongest. Therefore, Yi Xian had to accept the title of Zuntian Emperor. The next thing was about the construction and location of the Zuntian Palace. At this moment, Yi Xian was located in the extreme north of the Grand Central Territory. The spiritual qi there was thin and the place was bitterly cold. It was not a good place to set up a sect. However, the Grand Central Territory's blessed enclave was occupied by various great sects and orthodoxies. The strongest orthodoxies even occupied the best spiritual qi sources. If the Zuntian Palace wanted to set up an excellent place, there was no suitable place in the entire Grand Central Territory. However, this problem was not a problem for Fatso Huang and the others. With Yi Xian as the emperor, they were comparable to the strongest of all time. Moreover, Li Taichu and Jun Wushuang were two heaven-defying geniuses at the complete immortal realm. The Zuntian Palace's foundation was terrifying. If there was no suitable place to set up a sect, they would have to snatch it. Soon, Fatso Huang drew a blueprint and selected 5 great sections. He then drew an X for each of the 5 great sections. Fatty Huang then raised his head and looked at Li Taichu and Jun Wushuang with a sinister smile. Taichu, Wushuang, these 5 great sects occupy the north, south, east, west, and central respectively. The 5 of them are the best. The 2 of you go and subdue them. If they don't obey, kill all of them. No problem. Li Taichu and Jun Wushuang looked at each other and smiled. These 5 great sects had veteran sect masters, but the 2 of them did not care at all. I'll leave it to you to set up the Jintian Palace. Yi Xian did not care about the trivial matters of setting up orthodoxies. He gave full authority to Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen. It had to be said. Although Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen had ordinary cultivation bases at the early Immortal realm, Li Taichu and Jun Wushuang were humble. They let the other 2 do whatever they wanted. Because Li Taichu and Jun Wushuang knew very well that Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen were Yi Xian's trusted aides and their words represented Yi Xian's will. The entire world was in an uproar, all sects in chaos. A massacre swept through the 5 great sections. Under the leadership of Li Taichu and Jun Wushuang, the 5 great sects were either destroyed or surrendered. The 2 of them had completed their mission very well. At the same time, a shocking piece of news spread. The Burying Heaven Palace was established and the title of Burying Heaven Emperor was spread out. This shocked all the beings in the primal chaos. The most shocking thing was that Yi Xian used the name of Celestial Emperor and the people of his orthodoxy called him Imperial Lord. This was simply a provocation to the strongest. Zhang Tiandi. The Emperor. What is the Lord? Lord, not just anyone could use this word. Only those who had become the strongest of all time could name themselves after the Lord. Just like the Master of Chaos and Master of Fate, the establishment of the Burying Heaven Palace immediately made many great orthodoxies unhappy. Moreover, the Burying Heaven Palace was unscrupulous in their actions. They exterminated sects without any hesitation. Their methods were cruel and ruthless, making them the target of public criticism. As the saying goes, if the lips die, the teeth will feel cold. The 5 great sects were exterminated and the great orthodoxies were all in danger. They were afraid that they would be the next. This made some of the great sects' leaders personally complain to the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace, begging the palace to help them. Don't forget. The ruler of the 10th Eon was the Lord of all spirits. The 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace was also the overlord of the 10th Eon. All living beings had to submit to the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace. Just when everyone thought that the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace would stand up for these great sects, what happened next made everyone speechless. The leaders who went to the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace to complain were all refused entry. The Lord of all spirits even personally issued a decree, sending an envoy to the Burying Heaven Palace to deliver a congratulatory gift, congratulating the Burying Heaven Palace on becoming a great sect. The 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace's attitude made everyone realize how terrifying the Burying Heaven Palace was. Even the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace didn't want to offend them. Moreover, because of this incident, some people finally believed that the Lord of Burying Heaven Palace really did fight the Lord of Immortality. Moreover, it ended in a draw. Otherwise, the Lord of all spirits wouldn't be so friendly. In a short time, the Lord of Burying Heaven's name resounded throughout the 5 regions of chaos. Countless wandering cultivators rushed to the Burying Heaven Palace, hoping to become one of its members. As the saying went, one can enjoy the shade of a great tree. The fact that Yi Xian could fight the Lord of Immortality proved that the Burying Heaven Palace wasn't any weaker than a great orthodoxy. This made many people see a great opportunity. Boundless heaven and earth, kingdom of myriad laws. Divine islands rose from the ground. Clouds floated in the sky. Countless palaces and pavilions shone with divine light. The 99 heavenly palaces were ancient and majestic. The Burying Heaven Palace. This was the supreme orthodoxy created by Yi Xian. It was divided into 99 heavenly layers, each of which was incomparably vast. To a large extent, the Burying Heaven Palace was similar to the celestial court of the past. However, it was millions of times larger than the celestial court. Just the 99 heavenly layers alone occupied billions of miles of the sky. It was definitely comparable to a great orthodoxy, or even better. The 99 heavenly layers. The imperial palace. The stars in the sky rotated and the vast sea of stars surged. Yi Xian sat in the middle of the imperial palace. Above his head was the boundless primordial universe. Breathe in, breathe in, breathe in. Yi Xian breathed in and out divine light. The 10 gates rotated behind him. Rays of burying heaven reincarnation circulated around his body. It was a frightening sight. Master. Senior. Light footsteps were heard. A beautiful couple entered the imperial palace. It was Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling. Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. The light around him dissipated. He calmly looked at the two of them and called them to his side. Hongling, since you're about to marry Fengtian, you don't have to call me senior anymore. You can call me master like him, said Yi Xian. Really? Wan Hongling's face was full of joy. She couldn't believe her ears. Because during these days in the burying heaven palace, she finally understood how terrifying Yi Xian was. He fought against the strongest, interacted with forbidden characters, and strengthened himself time and time again. Even when faced with the strongest killing intent, he survived time and time again. In the end, he could become someone comparable to the strongest throughout history. If she could really become Yi Xian's disciple, this was an unimaginable opportunity. How could this little girl not be excited? Hongling, hurry up and greet Master, Yi Fengtian hurriedly urged. Master, Hongling will kowtow to you. Wan Hongling's soul was blessed. She quickly knelt down and kowtowed to Yi Xian. Looking at Wan Hongling, Yi Xian's eyes were deep and calm. This made Wan Hongling and Yi Fengtian a little nervous. They didn't know what their master was thinking. Fengtian inherited my techniques, and he has his own path to walk. Since you call me teacher, I will teach you a set of techniques. Consider this my wedding gift to the two of you. Buzz. After saying this, Yi Xian turned his hand and a scripture appeared. There were even strands of red threads circling around the scripture. This scripture is called the Boundless Secular Technique. It was created by the former master of human Tao. Unfortunately, she has already passed away. If you can cultivate this technique diligently, perhaps there will be a great opportunity waiting for you in the future. Yi Xian casually handed the scripture to Wan Hongling. This made the little girl happily accept it. She kept kowtowing to Yi Xian to thank him. Of course, she had heard of the name of the human Tao master. Wan Hongling knew that there were only 2 female supreme masters among the top 10, and the human Tao master was one of them. Her Dharma access was naturally a supreme Dharma access. This was an unimaginable opportunity. Looking at the overjoyed Wan Hongling, Yi Xian's eyes were deep and leisurely. He wondered if this little girl could inherit the position of Master of Human Tao in the future. Back then, when the Master of Human Tao was about to pass away, she gave the complete boundless secular technique to Yi Xian, hoping that he could find a successor for her. Unfortunately, although Luo Yao was the Master of Human Tao's disciple, her personality was too difficult to complement. She could not inherit the Master of Human Tao's legacy. At this moment, Yi Xian gave the boundless secular technique to Wan Hongling. He wondered if this little girl was fated to inherit the position of Master of Human Tao. This would depend on her own fortune. In 10,000 years, you two will get married. That day will also be the founding ceremony of Jintian Palace. This is a double blessing. I will invite many guests to attend the ceremony. In the 10,000 years, you two can prepare. You may leave, Yi Xian said. Yes, Master. The two bowed to Yi Xian, then slowly left the palace. However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave the palace, he seemed to have remembered something and turned back. Chapter 1706. Seeing that Yi Fengtian had returned, Yi Xian was slightly startled. Is there anything else? Yi Fengtian bowed to Yi Xian and said, Master, your disciple obtained a strange item by chance. Not only is it impervious to fire and water, it is also indestructible. Your disciple has studied it for a long time but still could not understand it. Master is very knowledgeable, do you recognize this item? As Yi Fengtian spoke, he flipped his hand and a small ancient cauldron appeared. He directly presented it to Yi Xian. Originally, Yi Xian did not pay too much attention to the strange item that Yi Fengtian mentioned. After all, at his level, it was very difficult for external objects to move him. However, when Yi Xian's gaze fell on the small cauldron, Yi Xian's originally calm expression suddenly became sluggish. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying divine light bloomed from his body. Boom boom boom. Burying the sky reincarnation cycle, one after another, the entire imperial palace trembled violently as if it would collapse at any moment. This made Yi Fengtian even more frightened. He did not know why his master's emotions were fluctuating so much. Small cauldron. Buzz. Yi Xian stretched out his 5 fingers and the small cauldron instantly fell into his hand. His eyes shone brightly as a pair of law eyes of destruction continuously examined the item in his hand. Unbelievable. He also did not dare to believe. If the small cauldron was not in Yi Xian's hand right now, he would really think that he was in a dream. Otherwise, how could he obtain a small cauldron so easily? Yi Xian had been looking for the heaven-shattering cauldron all this time. He even secretly wanted to obtain the small cauldron in the hands of the 3 strongest cultivators. However, Yi Xian did not expect that just as he temporarily put the matter of the small cauldron aside, his personal disciple would send him such a huge gift. Yi Xian carefully observed and finally confirmed that the small cauldron in his hand was indeed the real deal. Although the patterns on the cauldron were slightly different from other small cauldrons, there was no doubt that it was the real deal. How did you obtain this item? Yi Xian tried his best to stabilize his emotions. He looked at Yi Fengtian with a solemn expression. Looking at the serious expression on his master's face, Yi Fengtian knew that this small cauldron must have a great origin. He hurriedly reported, back then, when I was cultivating beside a large river, this cauldron appeared with a wave. I happened to pick it up. You picked it up? Yi Xian was completely shocked. If it wasn't for the fact that he could feel that his disciple wasn't lying, Yi Xian wouldn't believe such a thing even if he was beaten to death. What kind of joke was this? The heavenly void-shattering cauldron was a treasure that even the strongest of the 10,000 years had cherished. Yet, it had been picked up so easily by someone else. Wasn't this the biggest joke in the world? Master, disciple does not dare to have any doubts. This item was indeed picked up by disciple. Yi Xian bowed to Yi Xian. I believe in you. Yi Xian eased his shocked state of mind as he comforted his disciple. Fengtian, this item is called the Heavenly Void-Shattering Cauldron. It is a chaos treasure. The fact that you were able to pick it up proves that you are a person of great fortune. However, this cauldron is of great use to me. Are you willing to give it to me? Yi Xian said in a low voice. Without master, there would be no disciple. Master, please take it, Yi Fengtian said seriously. All right. Yi Xian nodded slowly and said, then I won't be polite. Originally, Yi Xian wouldn't take something that belonged to his disciple. However, the heavenly void-shattering cauldron was different. He wanted to find the forbidden heavenly law inside and use it to save Lu Bai. Master, disciple will take his leave first. If you have any orders, please tell disciple directly. Yi Xian bowed and left the imperial palace again. Clearly, he could tell that Yi Xian's thoughts were all on the small cauldron at the moment. However, Yi Fengtian was also extremely surprised. He didn't expect that the small cauldron he picked up was actually a chaos treasure. Yi Fengtian was amazed by his luck. As Yi Xian and Fengtian left the imperial palace, Yi Xian looked at the small cauldron in his hand. A deep look flashed through his eyes. Could this child be the child of destiny? Yi Xian murmured. The so-called child of destiny was a general term. It could be said that it was a person with great fortune. This kind of person could turn a disaster into a blessing and had countless opportunities. Although the so-called child of destiny was only a legend, Yi Xian had never believed in such illusory things. However, Yi Fengtian had picked up the heaven-shattering cauldron. This caused Yi Xian to have some doubts about the illusory concept of destiny. Perhaps there really was a so-called child of destiny in the primal chaos universe who was favored by the heavens. Phew! Yi Xian exhaled slowly. He temporarily suppressed the matter of Yi Fengtian picking up the small cauldron in his heart. Then, he carefully observed the small cauldron in his hand. As the saying went, one can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Yi Xian finally understood the meaning of this sentence. The heavenly void-shattering cauldron that he had painstakingly searched for had actually fallen into his hand of its own accord. Rumble. Yi Xian rolled up his sleeves and the doors of the imperial palace closed with a rumble. Peerless seals sealed the entire imperial palace. Even the strongest of all time couldn't pry into the palace. Buzz. The void rippled and rippled. The ancient bronze scripture appeared. The pages of the scripture flipped in the void. Each page was engraved with the image of a small cauldron. There were a total of 6 pages, which represented 6 heavenly void-shattering cauldrons. In addition to the small cauldron in Yi Xian's hand, Yi Xian had a total of 7 small cauldrons. Apart from the 3 small cauldrons in the hands of the 3 strongest, there were only 2 small cauldrons left in the outside world. Go! Yi Xian's face was filled with excitement. His arms were trembling slightly, but he still steadied his mind and sent the 7th small cauldron toward the ancient bronze scripture. He hoped that the 7th small cauldron could be imprinted in the ancient bronze scripture. Boom! All of a sudden, an extremely strong repulsive force bloomed from the 2 divine objects. With a clang, the 7th small cauldron fell to the ground. It couldn't be integrated into the ancient bronze scripture. This again? Yi Xian frowned. The same thing happened to the small cauldron he obtained previously. It couldn't be imprinted in the ancient bronze scripture. Although Yi Xian was mentally prepared, he couldn't hide his disappointment that the 7th small cauldron couldn't be imprinted in the ancient bronze scripture. It seems like the 7th small cauldron also needs an opportunity to be truly imprinted in the ancient bronze scripture. Yi Xian murmured. Yi Xian held the small cauldron in his hand again. He then calmly comprehended the mysteries of the cauldron. The ancient bronze scripture hovered above his head, hoping to comprehend some of its mysteries. Time was like water, passing in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years had passed. Yi Xian had also comprehended the small cauldron for 5,000 years, but he had gained nothing. He couldn't comprehend it, couldn't integrate it, and even used the reincarnation ultimacy. However, nothing happened to the 7th small cauldron or the ancient bronze scripture. Where is the opportunity? Yi Xian's face was gloomy. His eyes were filled with urgency. He had tried everything, but nothing worked. Damn it! Yi Xian murmured hatefully. He had a love-hate relationship with the heaven-shattering cauldron. Every time he obtained a small cauldron, in order to imprint it in the ancient bronze scripture, he had suffered a lot. Chapter 1707. However, the benefits were also obvious. Every time, he would gain great benefits from the small cauldron. This feeling was incomprehensible to outsiders. Only Yi Xian was happy and in pain. Emperor. Just as Yi Xian continued to comprehend the small cauldron, Li Taichu's voice came from outside the imperial palace. This also woke Yi Xian up temporarily. What's the matter? Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. Emperor, there are still 5,000 years until Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling's wedding day. It's also the founding ceremony of the Burial Sky Palace. I wonder who you want to invite to attend the ceremony? Li Taichu asked. Yi Xian casually threw out a jade scroll and it directly appeared in Li Taichu's hand. This jade scroll contains the invitation list. You and Jun Wushuang go and send the invitations according to the people on the list, Yi Xian said. After receiving Yi Xian's instructions, Li Taichu hurriedly looked at the people on the jade scroll. However, it didn't matter if he didn't look at it. After looking at it, he was instantly shocked. This was because the people Yi Xian had invited actually included the 8 supreme experts, and even the space beasts were included. In addition to these people, there were also the leaders of various major sections. This lineup was simply rare. Emperor, this. Before Li Taichu could speak, Yi Xian interrupted in a deep voice, do as I say. As for whether they come or not, it's their own business. Yes, Emperor. Li Taichu hurriedly left because no one could go against Yi Xian's will. Inside the imperial palace, Yi Xian frowned. He kept playing with the small cauldron in his hand and murmured, what is the opportunity to open the 7th small cauldron? Yi Xian was too anxious. If he could open the 7th small cauldron now, regardless of whether there was the forbidden heaven technique he wanted, it would only be beneficial to Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian had only opened the 10 great heavenly gates. Although he was not afraid of the threat of the strongest, he could not do anything to the strongest of all. Yi Xian was naturally indignant. He had to kill that undying old thief no matter what. As for those utmost powerful beings who had targeted him before, he would not let them off either. In order to defeat or even kill the strongest of all eternity, other than opening the 11th gate of heaven, only the item contained within the heaven-shattering cauldron could do so. Yi Xian's heart was anxious. However, the more anxious he was, the more he could not figure out what the opportunity for the 7th small cauldron was. Feng Tian had such a great opportunity to obtain the small cauldron and even gave me such a great gift. Yet, he's sitting on a mountain of treasures but can't get it. How detestable, Yi Xian muttered dejectedly. Yes. All of a sudden. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, as if he had vaguely grasped something at this moment. Sealing the heavens? Opportunity? Yes, that's it. Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. He had finally grasped this glimmer of inspiration. A look of excitement appeared in his eyes once again. Since the 7th small cauldron was coincidentally picked up by Yi Fengtian, this also proved that this disciple of his was someone with great luck. Perhaps, he was the so-called child of destiny. Perhaps, the opportunity to open the 7th small cauldron lay with this disciple of his. If Yi Fengtian could have such great luck to pick up the small cauldron, then wouldn't he have the opportunity to open the 7th small cauldron as well? Opportunities and luck were the most illusory things. Yi Xian was also skeptical about this. However, since Yi Fengtian could obtain the small cauldron, this also proved that this method might work. Fengtian, come to the imperial palace. Yi Xian transmitted his voice across the air. Soon. Yi Fengtian entered the imperial palace and once again appeared in front of Yi Xian. However, he did not understand why Yi Xian called him here. Fengtian, I have studied this cauldron for many years but have not gained anything. Since you found this cauldron by chance, perhaps the secret to opening the cauldron lies with you. Yi Xian did not mince his words. Me? Yi Fengtian was slightly startled. Then, he looked at Yi Xian in confusion and asked, Master, what do you need me to do? Come, sit in front of me. Under Yi Xian's instruction, Yi Fengtian sat cross-legged in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian placed the small cauldron back in his hand and said, Calm your mind and qi. Meditate and comprehend. Use your own cultivation to harmonize with the small cauldron. Under Yi Xian's instruction, Yi Fengtian did not dare to delay. He hurriedly calmed his mind and slowly sensed the small cauldron in his hand. Time passed by little by little. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Fengtian had spent 100 years studying the small cauldron. This kind of boring meditation made Yi Fengtian anxious. However, every time he wanted to speak, Yi Xian's words would ring in his ears. He could only continue to meditate and comprehend the small cauldron. Finally, when 200 years passed, a green light quietly appeared around Yi Fengtian's body. Although this green light was extremely weak and could not be seen with the naked eye, it did appear. Buzz! It was also the appearance of this green light that caused the seventh small cauldron to react. The body of the cauldron was buzzing slightly. The ancient patterns on the cauldron were shining brightly. Great! This scene made Yi Xian's face light up with joy. He knew that he had guessed correctly. The key to opening the seventh small cauldron was indeed in his disciple's body. Boom! Suddenly, before Yi Xian could finish his joy, Yi Fengtian's face suddenly turned pale. A large amount of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The green light that appeared just a moment ago suddenly disappeared. Clang! At the same time, the small cauldron also fell to the ground, making an ear-piercing sound. How could this be? Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. Just now, he had felt the small cauldron's reaction. However, in the end, he had failed. Master, I'm sorry. Yi Fengtian said weakly. He knew that he had failed. This made him feel guilty. Don't speak. Let me see what happened to you. Yi Xian quickly calmed himself down. He pointed a finger at Yi Fengtian's forehead and began to observe why Yi Fengtian had failed. In the next moment, Yi Xian's eyes moved. He discovered that inside his disciple's body, there was a faint green light. This was the mysterious energy that had appeared just now. It was also this mysterious energy that caused the seventh small cauldron to react. This is... Yi Xian's expression was astonished. Although this mysterious green energy was only a trace weak, it faintly emitted an extremely terrifying life force. Clearly, this was the law and Tao that Yi Fengtian had comprehended. It was a power that belonged to him. Although it was only a trace, it really existed in his body. If it continued to grow, it could become a new kind of supreme power. I see. Yi Xian moved his finger away from Yi Fengtian's forehead. There was already a look of understanding in his eyes. If Yi Xian's guess was correct, this mysterious energy in Yi Fengtian's body was the key to opening the small cauldron. However, this energy was too weak. It couldn't open the seventh small cauldron at all. That was why it had failed. Could it be that my disciple is the master of the 11th Yuan assembly? A shocking thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. It made him even more daring. Almost every supreme powerhouse of the ages had a relationship with the heaven-shattering cauldron. The three supreme powerhouses were like this, and so was the undying Heaven Lord. Yi Fengtian had picked up the small cauldron by chance. This was a bit of a fantasy. If he was the supreme powerhouse of the 11th Yuan assembly, perhaps all these things would make sense. After all, he was the destined one. He was secretly supported by the will of primal chaos. Of course, this was all Yi Xian's guess. He didn't dare to say whether it was true or not. However, Yi Xian knew one thing. The key to opening the seventh small cauldron was in his disciple's body. Chapter 1708. Yi Xian already had a rough idea that Yi Fengtian was the key to opening the seventh cauldron. However, the mysterious power in Yi Fengtian's body was too weak. Only by strengthening this power could the seventh cauldron be opened. Thinking of this, Yi Xian already knew what to do. Looking at Yi Xian in deep thought, Yi Fengtian could not help but ask nervously, "Master, what's wrong?" "It's fine. Go back and prepare for your marriage with Hong Ling. After you're married, follow me and cultivate properly. Yi Xian said. Okay. Hearing that Yi Xian wanted to bring him along, Yi Fengtian was overjoyed and left. It seems that opening the cauldron will take some time. Looking at Yi Fengtian's departing figure, Yi Xian let out a long sigh. Fortunately, at least he had found a way to open the cauldron. This was much better than wasting time without any clues. On the other side, the world was watching and talking about it. Yi Xian, the emperor of Zhongtian, sent out invitations to various sects and orthodoxies to attend the ceremony. He would even personally host his disciples' wedding. Moreover, it wasn't just the various great sects that were invited. All the omnipotent almighties with a name had received an invitation from the sky-burying palace. Not only that, but Li Taichu and Jun Wushuang also personally visited the 8 supreme orthodoxies and sent Yi Xian's invitations to them. Soon, the news spread throughout the entire chaotic world. Everyone was guessing Yi Xian's intentions. Some of the sect leaders and almighties even wondered if they should accept Yi Xian's invitation. Everyone knew that Yi Xian was not on good terms with the almighties, especially with the undying Heaven Lord. They were afraid that accepting Yi Xian's invitation would indirectly offend some of the almighties. However, it was fine. After all, Yi Xian's reputation was at its peak. No sect or almighties dared to disrespect Yi Xian. Although some people were reluctant, they still replied to Zhongtian Palace, saying that they would come as promised. Undying Heaven Palace. Yi Xian, you dog-like ant. Do you want to be on equal footing with the strongest? Boom! The undying Heaven Lord's divine light erupted, directly turning the invitation in his hand into ashes. His expression was cold and ashen, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Emperor Zhongtian. You sure talk big. You sure are ambitious. The undying Heaven Lord spoke in a low voice. Terrifying silhouettes of nirvanic energy revolved around him. Clearly, he hated Yi Xian to the extreme. Heavenly Master, do you really want to go? The great elder cautiously probed. Yes, why wouldn't I? The undying Heaven Lord sneered, since Yi Xian dares to invite this Lord will naturally go. Heaven-devouring Devil Palace. Men, prepare a generous gift. I will personally head to the Sky Burial Palace. The heaven-devouring Demon Master laughed coldly. Yes, Devil Master. An elder hurriedly went to prepare a congratulatory gift. Devil Master, Yi Xian has already become powerful. Do you want to befriend him? An elder asked. Humph, befriend him. He's not worthy. The heaven-devouring Demon Master sneered, Yi Xian only fought with the undying Heaven Lord. He's too arrogant. He actually named himself after the Emperor Lord. Now that he's established the so-called Sky Burial Palace, it seems that he wants to be on equal footing with the strongest like us. Since he invited this Lord, then this Lord will naturally go. It's not about befriending him, but Yi Xian has the complete tribulation transcender technique in his hands. That's my real goal. There are no so-called enemies or friends in this world. It's all about benefits. If Yi Xian is smart, he should know what to do. Otherwise, the founding ceremony of his Sky Burial Palace won't be so easy. Destiny Palace. Rumble. A wheel of destiny rotated in the void. The Master of Destiny stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes stared at the wheel of destiny ruthlessly, and a deep color rose in his eyes. You've already touched the bottom line of destiny. How can this Lord let an alien like you continue to live? The Master of Destiny whispered ruthlessly. But this person is so powerful. How can I really kill him? The Master of Destiny frowned. He had always wanted to kill Yi Xian, and he had even helped the undying Heaven Lord kill Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had survived time and time again. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't make a move again. Do I have to open the river of destiny? The Master of Destiny frowned and muttered. As the Master of Destiny, he could activate the river of destiny and mobilize its power for his own use. His biggest killing move was the river of destiny. To put it bluntly, Yi Xian hadn't become an ultimate expert yet. Even if it was another ultimate expert, if he used the full strength of the river of destiny, it wouldn't be a problem to kill them. The three great rivers ran through the ages. The power contained within was unimaginable. This was also the greatest trump card of the three great ultimate experts. This was also the reason why they were called the ultimate experts. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, the Master of Destiny didn't want to use the river of destiny. This was because he himself had a kind of reverence for the river of destiny. If he made a mistake, it was very likely that it would backfire on him. Therefore, without absolute confidence, the Master of Destiny didn't consider using the river of destiny to kill Yi Xian. Moreover, the three great ultimate experts weren't united. The Master of Spacetime was obviously biased towards Yi Xian, while the Master of Primal Chaos was very neutral. Even if he wanted to kill Yi Xian, the Master of Primal Chaos might not be willing to do so. Yi Xian, you're just an alien in the end. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. The Master of Destiny muttered. 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace. Heavenly Master, as the saying goes, a mountain can't have two tigers, and a country can't have two rulers. Yi Xian established Buried Heaven Palace and ran amok. He established a Tao orthodoxy and destroyed 5 great sections. This is simply challenging the authority of our 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace. An elder frowned and said to the Master of all spirits. Heavenly Master, please understand. Our 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace is in charge of the 10th epoch, and you are the Master of the 10th epoch. How can we let him continue to act so recklessly? Another elder said. The Master of all spirits stood with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the vast starry sky, his eyes slightly drifting. No one knew what he was thinking. Finally, the Master of all spirits retracted his gaze and looked at the 2 elders. As long as the people of Buried Heaven Palace know their place, our 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace doesn't need to care. As for Yi Xian, there will be a battle between us. After saying this, a deep look flashed through the Master of all spirits' eyes. Back then, before he achieved his Tao, he had been defeated by his future self. This was his only defeat, and it was also an eternal humiliation in his heart. He had an agreement with Yi Xian. It was also because of this agreement that he rarely made things difficult for Yi Xian. He had always been waiting for him to grow. Although Yi Xian wasn't the strongest at the moment, the Master of all spirits felt that the time was ripe. 5,000 years later. Buried Heaven Palace. Auspicious luck and splendor filled the sky. Rays of golden light spread out in the sky, connecting the 99 heavenly palaces. From time to time, large numbers of figures could be seen rushing towards Buried Heaven Palace from all directions. Chapter 1709. Today was the founding ceremony of the Zhangtian Palace, as well as the wedding day of Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling. Everyone who received the invitation from the Zhangtian Palace, including the Tongtian mighty figures, came to the Zhangtian Palace today. The 99 levels of heaven. The sun, moon, and stars were above, and the white clouds were below. The clouds were spread out, and the Tongtian Palace was on the ground. White jade tables were spread out in the clouds. Each table had spirit fruits and wine on it. Beautiful female cultivators were dancing gracefully in the clouds, giving off a feeling of peerless beauty. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Yi Xian. He sat on the dome with his legs crossed, and 3,000 black strands of hair fell behind his head. When he opened and closed his eyes, it was as if the stars in the sky were rotating in his eyes, giving people a sense of mystery and majesty. Sect Master Butian is here. Sect Master Sun Luo is here. Sect Master Tianluo is here. Sect Master Jukil is here. As the voice of the welcoming divine priest echoed in the sky, people with terrifying auras came to the Taoist hall. They were the sect masters of various sects, and there were dozens of them. Any one of these people would be respected as an ancestor in the chaotic world. They were respected by all living beings and had supreme power. However, as these people came to the Yunxiao banquet, everyone was extremely humble. They even cupped their hands and bowed to Yi Xian, lowering their posture. Congratulations to Yi Daoyu for establishing a great sect, Sect Master Butian said with a smile. However, his smile was a little bitter. After all, Yi Xian was very weak in the past, and he still needed to look up to him. But now, their statuses were reversed, which made Sect Master Butian sigh in his heart. Please accept my humble gift, fellow Taoist. Sect Master Tianluo was an immortal realm mighty figure who opened the 8 gates of heaven. He handed the gift to the welcoming divine priest, and then cupped his hands and bowed to Yi Xian. Yi Daoyu has established a supreme sect. This is a matter worthy of celebration. The Senluo sect leader also congratulated Yi Xian. However, if one were to observe carefully, one would notice that these leaders only addressed Yi Xian as fellow Taoist and did not mention the title of Monarch Lord at all. Obviously, they did not approve of Yi Xian's title as Monarch Lord of Zhongtian. Actually, these people couldn't be blamed. After all, only the strongest of all time had the right to call themselves Lord. These sect masters naturally did not dare to casually address Yi Xian as such. If the other utmost powerful beings were to find out about this and were to be angered, they would not be able to withstand the wrath of an utmost powerful being. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort rang out. Fatso Huang walked over with a sneer on his face. He coldly glanced at these sect master level figures and said in a strange tone, "Who do you think you are? How dare you call my master a fellow Taoist?" At this moment, Fatso Huang had fully demonstrated what it meant to be a dog that bullies under its master's power. Although he had just entered the immortal realm, he did not give these sect masters any face at all. Being reprimanded by a puny immortal realm expert instantly made the faces of many sect masters turn cold. Who were they? How could they be reprimanded by a puny cultivator? Just as some of them were about to reprimand him, their hearts skipped a beat as they recalled that they were in Zhongtian Palace. Yi Xian who was on the dome was not someone they could afford to offend. Endure. The sect master level figures glanced coldly at Fatso Huang and forcefully suppressed the anger in their hearts. Why? Are you not convinced? Fatso Huang sneered. He did not care about these so-called sect masters at all. Since these people dared to address Yi Xian as fellow Taoist, they would really think that they were important if he did not give them some deterrence. Moreover, Fatso Huang understood one thing very well. With Yi Xian's current status, it was naturally impossible for him to reprimand these sect masters because of how they addressed him. As Yi Xian's lackey, he had to teach these people a lesson. Fellow Taoist, we are here to observe the ceremony without any provocation. Why are you mocking and ridiculing us? Is this how Zhongtian Palace treats its guests? Is Zhongtian Palace so unreasonable that they can bully us as they wish? There was a female sect master who had a dignified and beautiful appearance. She was an existence who had opened the 7 heavenly gates. She frowned and retorted sarcastically. Tai Chu, kill her for me. Suddenly, Fatso Huang smiled viciously. Yes, master. Clang. 6 annihilations, exterminating all life. A ray of sword light illuminated the 99 heavens. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. When the ray of sword light dissipated, the female sect master who had just retorted was already beheaded. Drag her down and feed her to the dogs. Fatso Huang waved his hand. Li Taichu's expression was cold as he carried the female sect master's body and left. From beginning to end, there was not the slightest bit of emotion. Gasp. When this scene appeared in front of the sect masters, the sound of them sucking in cold breaths could be heard continuously. Especially the sect masters who were angry at Fatty Huang just now. At this moment, their entire bodies trembled. A dignified female sect master who had opened the 7 great heavenly gates had died just like that without even the slightest sign. How could this not make them tremble in fear? Li Taichu's sword in particular made their souls leave their bodies and made them experience the fear of death. Now, who else wants to talk reason with me? Fatso Huang smiled viciously and slowly walked to the front of these sect masters. His eyes were so eerie that these sect masters did not dare to look him in the eye. Talk reason. Treat guests well. No such thing. Fatso Huang understood Yi Xian's way of doing things very well. In Yi Xian's mind, whoever had the bigger fist was the reason. They were just some ants, what was the point of talking reason with them? Not convinced. Very simple, kill you with 1 slash. Not convinced. Kill your entire family. Not convinced. Not convinced. However, with Yi Xian's current status, he could not participate. After all, others would say that he was bullying the weak, which was too shameful for his status. However, Fatso Huang did not have any scruples. Whoever was not convinced by Yi Xian could just die. He had also fully demonstrated what it meant to be a qualified lackey. If you are not convinced, kill until you are. My words are the reason. Fatso Huang carried out Yi Xian's thoughts to the end. This also made Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the dome, smile. He naturally knew what Fatso Huang was doing. You are a guest. How can you commit murder? If there is a next time, there will be no mercy. Yi Xian finally opened his mouth and pretended to reprimand him. I know my mistake. Fatso Huang smiled knowingly and then retreated from the side of the sect masters. Shameless. Extremely shameless. The sect masters cursed in their hearts in fear. However, the master and servant echoed each other, which made the sect masters shudder. They finally realized that Yi Xian and the others were not kind people. There was no reason to reason with them at all. At this moment, the sect masters all kept their mouths shut, afraid that they would be killed if they said something wrong. Congratulations to the emperor for establishing a supreme orthodoxy. Just as the Yunxiao banquet was as silent as cicadas in winter, a powerful aura came from the horizon. The Extreme Love Master was strolling over. Extreme Love, take the seat of honor. Yi Xian smiled slightly. He rolled up his sleeves, and a golden cloud rose. The Extreme Love Master instantly arrived and sat beside Yi Xian. Greetings, Extreme Love Master. The sect masters hurriedly bowed. After all, the most powerful person in history was here, so they could not be rude. Humph, Emperor. Yi Xian, you are so arrogant. Rumble. The undying Heaven Lord arrived in an instant, his lips curled up in a disdainful smile. His killing intent permeated the air as the undying Heaven Lord arrived. Chapter 17:10. Why? Do you have any doubts? Rumble. The sky darkened, and there was no light. The 10 heavenly gates rose behind Yi Xian and began to revolve. He slowly stood up and looked at the undying Heaven Lord. That terrifying reincarnation halo was exploding in the sky. Unparalleled throughout the ages. Tongtian earth-shattering. Sweeping through the heavens. At this moment, Yi Xian was like the brightest star in the starry sky. No one could cover up his brilliance, and there was a terrifying might that was blooming. A mere immortal realm cultivator dares to stand shoulder to shoulder with the strongest? The undying Heaven Lord shouted coldly. The power of nirvanic extermination pierced through the starry sky. He wasn't here to congratulate Yi Xian, but to ruthlessly slap his face. Boom! A punch pierced through the heavens, and the earth cracked. In the face of the undying Heaven Lord's cold mockery, Yi Xian didn't waste any words. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Yi Xian punched towards the undying Heaven Lord. Slash! Undying Heaven Lord roared and slashed out a saber light. Following an earth-shattering explosion, the 99 heavenly layers shook violently. Fortunately, the buried Heaven Palace was protected by the Heaven Protection Array. Otherwise, this attack would have pierced through the 99 heavens. How dare you cause trouble in my buried Heaven Palace? This Sovereign Lord wants to see how capable you are. Rumble. Yi Xian took a step forward, and it was as heavy as the ancient heavens. His entire body swept towards the undying Heaven Lord. The 10 great heavenly gates rotated at a terrifying speed, and the streams of reincarnation that buried the heavens exploded into the starry sky. Take my fist. Boom. Eternal reincarnation, eternal heaven and earth. This punch pierced through the starry sky and the universe. This punch shattered the ancient and modern heavens and earth. This punch buried the eternal reincarnation. How dare you? Yi Xian attacked without any hesitation. This was beyond the undying Heaven Lord's expectations. Facing Yi Xian's punch that could pierce through the ancient times, the undying Heaven Lord's expression changed drastically. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. It wasn't that the undying Heaven Lord was afraid of Yi Xian's punch. Even though this punch was terrifying to the extreme, he was still able to withstand it. What truly moved the undying Heaven Lord was that Yi Xian's cultivation had actually increased by another 10% since the last time they fought. This caused his heart to palpitate with fear. Was he a monster? A terrifying thought flashed through the undying Heaven Lord's mind. How long had it been since then? Yi Xian's cultivation had risen again. If he continued to cultivate at this rate, wouldn't he be surpassed by Yi Xian? These thoughts flashed through the mind of the undying Heaven Lord. However, he still slashed out with his saber, wanting to destroy Yi Xian's fist. But in the next moment, an uproar occurred. Boom! One punch. It was just a single punch. This punch directly shattered the blade light slashed out by the undying Heaven Lord. That terrifying fist light did not diminish in the slightest as it smashed towards the undying Heaven Lord like a galaxy. Bam! This punch landed on the body of the undying Heaven Lord and sent him flying. There was even a smear of blood splattering out from the undying Heaven Lord's body. How could this be? What kind of joke is this? How could he be this strong? In the next moment, the entire place was in an uproar. Many of the sect masters present were pale as snow. They could not believe their eyes. To think that the undying Heaven Lord would be sent flying by Yi Xian with a single punch. But before they could react, what happened next caused their hearts to tremble. They were terrified to the extreme. Bam! 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 Yi Xian's body was like an ancient star. He took a step forward and tore through the endless void. He swung his fists as if he could move the stars of heaven and earth. He crazily and fiercely smashed them towards the undying Heaven Lord. Rumble. The heavens and earth rumbled as the void exploded. The undying Heaven Lord had not expected Yi Xian to use his full strength right from the start. After taking that punch from Yi Xian, he had yet to recover from the shock and was instantly at a disadvantage. Bam! Yi Xian's punch landed on the undying Heaven Lord's face. Although the Nirvana energy blocked it, the undying Heaven Lord was still sent flying. Bam! Yi Xian's right foot stomped on the sky as the void beneath his feet collapsed. He appeared in front of the undying Heaven Lord in an instant and sent a slap towards the undying Heaven Lord. Bam! Yi Xian's attack was too domineering. Without giving the undying Heaven Lord any time to react, he was sent flying down from the sky. Boom! The undying Heaven Lord crashed onto the ground like a kite with a broken string. A terrifying human-shaped crater appeared on the ground. Everything was silent and the heavens and earth were silent. This scene happened so quickly that no one had time to react. But when it happened, the entire Yunxiao banquet was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's face was pale and the sound of teeth chattering could be heard. "Yi Xian, you damned bastard. I'll take your life." Boom! An extremely venomous roar came from the hole. Following the dust that soared into the sky, the undying Heaven Lord shot out explosively. His entire body transformed into a black light as he charged towards Yi Xian. Humiliation. A great humiliation. Being beaten up by Yi Xian in front of all the sect leaders was a great humiliation to the undying Heaven Lord. He was furious and wanted to take back his dignity. "Undying Heaven Lord, are you done?" Boom! As the nine-colored divine light arrived, the Extreme Love Lord instantly appeared in front of Yi Xian, causing the undying Heaven Lord to stop in his tracks. "Sir, why don't you and I work together to kill him?" The Extreme Love Master smiled coldly. "Sure." Yi Xian smiled coldly and the heaven-destroying halberd appeared. The undying Heaven Lord's expression changed as he realized that he was at a disadvantage. "My three friends, let's talk nicely. Why do you have to fight?" Just as the situation was getting tense, a deep and majestic voice came. Chaotic holy light spread out in the sky. It was the Master of Chaos. Almost at the same time, the Lord of Destiny and the Lord of Spacetime also arrived one after another, following the arrival of the three supreme experts. The undying Heaven Lord's expression relaxed slightly as he hatefully glared at Yi Xian and the Lord of Extreme Emotion. Although he was unwilling, he could only give up. "Yi Dao Yu." The Master of Chaos walked over and greeted Yi Xian. This caused Yi Xian and the Extreme Love Master to retract their killing intent. "Today is the founding ceremony of the Zhongtian Palace and the wedding of your disciple. Let's put aside some disputes for now," the Master of Time and Space said. "Alright, I'll give you face today. But if anyone else wants to cause trouble here, I won't hold back." Yi Xian said coldly. However, his gaze landed on the undying Heaven Lord. Obviously, he was saying this for the undying Heaven Lord. "Undying, you can't kill him now. Why do you have to fight with him?" The Master of Destiny secretly transmitted his voice, causing the undying Heaven Lord to nod his head gloomily. He temporarily suppressed his hatred for Yi Xian. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist." A ray of spiritual light appeared in the sky. The Master of all spirits was walking over. Rumble. The sky was dark and demonic aura was rolling. Almost at the same time, the sky-devouring Demon Master and the Destruction Demon Master appeared. Chapter 17:11. Fellow Taoists, please take your seats. Under Yi Xian's invitation, the 8 utmost powerful beings sat cross-legged in the sky. The living beings of the Yunxiao banquet below bowed to the utmost powerful beings as well. Let the founding ceremony begin. Fatso Huang walked out at the right time and read out the funeral oration. It was nothing more than some pompous speech. It was also the process of the founding ceremony. At this moment, Yi Xian and the 8 utmost powerful beings sat cross-legged in the sky. He would talk to Extreme Emotion and Spacetime from time to time. The other utmost powerful beings were silent. Clearly, they had their own thoughts. "Yi Dao Yu, this is a small gift from me." The heaven-devouring Demon Master smiled and threw out a black light that landed in Yi Xian's hands. Chaos Black Lotus. Looking at the Black Lotus in his hands, Yi Xian squinted his eyes. He had not expected the heaven-devouring Demon Master to give him such a valuable gift. "Thank you, Demon Master." Yi Xian smiled insincerely. Even though he didn't have as much of a grudge with the heaven-devouring demon master as compared to the undying heaven master, they were definitely not friends. Clearly, the heaven-devouring demon master had an ulterior motive for giving such a valuable gift. However, Yi Xian thought that it would be a waste if he didn't take it. He accepted the Chaos Black Lotus and even thanked the heaven-devouring demon master hypocritically. Yi Dao Yu, this myriad spirit pearl can speed up one's cultivation. Even though it's useless to you, it's just right for your disciple to cultivate. The Lord of all spirits also gave a gift. Even though it wasn't as good as the Chaos Black Lotus, it was still a chaotic treasure. Following that, the three supreme experts also took out congratulatory gifts to give to Yi Xian. Every single treasure was extremely extraordinary, causing Yi Xian to accept them one after another to express his gratitude. However, when Yi Xian received the treasure from the Master of Fate, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. He had never forgotten the scene of the Master of Destiny joining hands with the undying Heaven Lord to kill him. However, it was not the right time for him to fall out with them. After all, making too many enemies would not do him any good. After the various supreme experts presented their gifts, only the undying Heaven Lord remained untouched. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't expect the undying Heaven Lord to really give him any treasures. After all, the two of them were already mortal enemies. Yi Xian, this Lord also has a gift for you. You must keep it well. Wine. The undying Heaven Lord waved his hand and a pitch-black coffin appeared. Clearly, this was his gift to Yi Xian. This black coffin is made of blackstone profound crystal. In the future, when you die, you can be buried in this coffin to ensure that your body won't rot. The undying Heaven Lord sneered. Hee hee. Yi Xian chuckled. However, his chuckle was extremely cold. He then kept the black coffin in his Qianquan bag before looking at the undying Heaven Lord. I'll accept your gift. However, I won't be able to use it. After you die, I'll personally bury you in this black coffin. That'll depend on your capabilities. The undying Heaven Lord sneered. The two of them were at each other's throats. One could say that neither of them was willing to budge an inch. The other supreme experts looked on coldly from the sidelines. Naturally, they would not get involved in the grudge between the two. Rumble. All of a sudden, the heavens and earth trembled as the void rippled. Two figures appeared in the void almost at the same time. A horrifying aura was released to the extreme. Half-step to supreme expert. The Master of Chaos was stunned. He could tell the cultivation base of the other party with a single glance. This was something that had him astonished as well. It wasn't just the Master of Chaos. The other supreme experts looked over at the other party as well. All of their faces were filled with astonishment. One must know that half-step to supreme experts were extremely rare. After all, the next Yuan Hui had yet to start. If one were to become a half-step to supreme expert in this Yuan Hui, they would lose the qualifications to fight for the title of supreme expert in the next Yuan Hui. Gai Tianyuan, it's you. All of a sudden, the Master of all spirits stood up in shock. He looked over at one of the people and could not believe his eyes. It was no wonder that the Master of all spirits was so shocked. Back then, he had personally destroyed the Tianyuan kingdom and killed Gai Tianyuan. To think that the other party was still alive and had become a half-step to supreme expert. Yi Ling Tian, long time no see. Looking at his old rival, the Master of all spirits, Gai Tianyuan smiled faintly. There was no longer any hostility from before. Gai Tianyuan. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. He knew very well that Gai Tianyuan had always been by Ancient Shadow's side. Now that he had appeared here, could it be that Ancient Shadow was here as well? Yi Dao Yu, this is the congratulatory gift that the Master ordered me to send over. Gai Tianyuan took out a brocade box and handed it over to Yi Xian. Under the orders of my clan's old ancestor, this is a congratulatory gift. Please accept it. The other person was the Astral Beast King. With a cold expression, he also took out a brocade box and handed it over to Yi Xian. Clearly, he still remembered how Yi Xian had slaughtered his entire clan. You are a guest. Please take a seat. Yi Xian's eyes were deep as he invited the two to take a seat. Although these two were only half-step to supreme experts, the people behind them made Yi Xian feel heavy. Plus, the two of them appeared at the same time and gave him 2 brocade boxes. The things inside must be extraordinary. The ceremony continued until half a day had passed before it finally ended. Next, Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling appeared. The two of them wore wedding clothes and bowed to the heavens and earth. Then, they served tea to Yi Xian, officially becoming partners. What happened next was simple. The Palace of Buried Heaven had 2 joyous events. The banquet lasted for 7 days. Many guests stayed, but the supreme experts all left. However, the Space-Time Master and the Extreme Love Master stayed. As for the Sky-Devouring Demon Master, he had his own reasons for staying as well. As for the Astral Beast King and Gai Tianyuan, they stayed as well. Obviously, the two of them didn't come just to deliver the congratulatory gift. Inside the palace, Gai Tianyuan and the Astral Beast King stood side by side. 2 brocade boxes were placed in front of Yi Xian. As Yi Xian opened the boxes, 2 items appeared. When the 2 items fell into Yi Xian's eyes, Yi Xian was stunned. Because the 2 boxes contained the same item. Jade bamboo strips. The 2 jade slips were as black as ink, with forbidden death chi lingering around them. Yi Xian picked up one of the jade bamboo strips and began to read its contents. After a full hour, he put down the first jade bamboo strip. However, Yi Xian's face was a little gloomy. After a long while, he picked up the second jade bamboo strip. This time, he was very fast. In just a few dozen breaths, he put down the second jade bamboo strip again. Silence. Absolute silence. When Yi Xian finished reading the 2 jade bamboo strips, he became silent. However, an extremely oppressive aura was growing from his body. Did they have anything to say? Yi Xian finally looked at the 2 of them. Master said that if you want to break through this calamity, he can help you. You just have to meet him personally, Gai Tianyuan said in a low voice. My ancestor gave you 4 words. Take care, the Astral Beast King said. Hee hee. Yi Xian laughed, but his laughter was very cold. Then, he went silent again. The contents of the 2 jade bamboo strips were almost the same. It could be said that it was a complete cultivation system. If the strongest of all time saw it, they would definitely risk their lives to snatch it away. Because the 2 jade bamboo strips explained what the immortal 12 heaven gates were and recorded in detail the taboos of the 12 heaven gates, Yi Xian knew how dangerous his current situation was. Chapter 17:12. The 12 Heavenly Gates of Eternity. Yi Xian walked the path of the 12 Heavenly Gates of Eternity, but the contents of the 2 jade slips told him that this was also a taboo path that wasn't tolerated by the Chaos Verse. Ever since he opened the 10th Heavenly Gate, he had already violated the Chaos Taboo. Nothing could be seen now, but once he opened the 11th Heavenly Gate, the Chaos would befall him with a supreme tribulation. Chaos Heavenly Punishment. These 4 simple words weighed as much as the ages. When Yi Xian opened the 11th Heavenly Gate, Chaos Heavenly Punishment would descend. It was a tribulation that even taboo figures feared. Was Aeon's shadow strong? Back then, he had walked out of the river of time and suppressed the 10 paragons single-handedly, but when faced with the descent of Chaos Heavenly Punishment, he was defeated and fled to the Chaos World. The ancestor of all beasts' intentions were clear. He wanted to tell Yi Xian that he couldn't continue down this path. Otherwise, Yi Xian's soul would dissipate and he would die in the chaos heavenly punishment. As for Aeon's shadow, he told Yi Xian that he could help Yi Xian transcend the tribulation. He wanted Yi Xian to personally head to the chaos world to meet him. However, Yi Xian knew very well that Aeon's shadow had ulterior motives for helping him. He wouldn't be so kind as to help him. However, the words chaos heavenly punishment made Yi Xian's heart sink. This was a tribulation that even taboo figures feared. What right did he have to transcend it? Phew! Yi Xian slowly exhaled a turbid breath. He suppressed his heavy emotions and made a decision. There was no way he would seek help from a taboo figure. This was because he was still far from a taboo figure. He didn't have the qualifications to speak on equal terms. He could only be at the mercy of a taboo figure. Until this moment, Yi Xian was increasingly eager to open the seventh tiny cauldron. Perhaps the method to transcend chaos heavenly punishment was hidden in the seventh tiny cauldron. This feeling was extremely strong, and it made Yi Xian very certain. It was as though there was a voice in the unseen telling him to open the seventh tiny cauldron as soon as possible. Of course, apart from the seventh cauldron, Yi Xian also had the life-stealing technique to rely on. However, the failure of the life calamity technique allowed Yi Xian to know that this technique was too dangerous. Previously, he had an avatar to help him withstand the calamity of death. If he failed again, then his soul would truly dissipate and he would die. Now, there were only two key issues. He had to open the seventh cauldron as soon as possible, and then open the 11th heavenly gate. But before that, Yi Xian still had one more thing to do. Something that he had always wanted to do but was unable to do. He couldn't be killed. That's right, he couldn't kill the Heaven Lord. At this moment, Yi Xian had an unprecedented opportunity. He really didn't want to let go of this opportunity. I have a request. Yi Xian was silent for a while before he finally raised his head and looked at the two half-step strongest experts. You and I have known each other for many years. Feel free to speak your mind. Gai Tianyuan smiled slightly. After all, if it wasn't for Yi Xian, he wouldn't have been able to follow beside the ancient shadow, let alone reconstruct his body. Since Yi Xian had a request, he naturally wouldn't reject it. Old ancestor said that the reason our space beasts regained our intelligence was all because of your help. Feel free to speak your mind. The Space Beast King said. I would like to ask the two of you to kill someone. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Who? The two half-step strongest experts were stunned. Yi Xian's cultivation base was stronger than theirs, but he was asking for their help to kill someone. Heaven Lord of Undying. Yi Xian said word by word. What? The two half-step strongest experts' expressions changed as if they couldn't believe their ears. They looked at Yi Xian with shock in their eyes. Yi Xian, do you know what you're talking about? Gai Tianyuan frowned. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that although we're half-step strongest experts, even if the three of us work together, we still can't kill an ultimate expert. The Space Beast King said. Calm down, the two of you. Yi Xian had long expected such a reaction from the two. He smiled and said, as long as the two of you agree to help me, I naturally have the confidence to kill him. Next, Yi Xian briefly chatted with the two of them. When they heard Yi Xian's plan, the two half-step experts had bewildered expressions. In the end, they agreed. Because Yi Xian's plan was flawless, and there was indeed a chance to kill the undying Heaven Lord. The two half-step strongest experts bade farewell and left. Yi Xian personally sent the two of them out of the imperial palace with a gentle smile on his face. As the two of them left the imperial palace, the smile on Yi Xian's face disappeared. He frowned slightly and a ruthless look flashed across his eyes. There was a saying that went, those who strike first gain the upper hand, those who strike later suffer. The Undying Heaven Lord couldn't wait for Yi Xian to die and would definitely think of a way to kill him. Therefore, Yi Xian had to make the first move and eliminate this hidden danger. Yi Xian didn't want to have any worries. The threat of the Undying Heaven Lord was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Now that there was a chance to kill him, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let it go. Next, Yi Xian still had to meet two people, and these two people were also the key to killing the Undying Heaven Lord. Inside the Imperial Palace, the Space-Time Master and the Extreme Emotion Master came together. Yi Xian invited the two of them to take a seat. The three of them sat cross-legged and faced each other with smiles on their faces. The 10 heavenly gates are rare in the world. My friend, your future is limitless. The Space-Time Master praised sincerely. If it wasn't for your protection back then, my soul might have dispersed and I wouldn't have been able to open the 10 heavenly gates today. Yi Xian said humbly. At this point, Yi Xian paused for a moment. This also let the two know that Yi Xian had something to say. Actually, I have invited the two of you here today because I have a request. Yi Xian said as he stood up and bowed to the two of them. Sir, there's no need for that. Just say what you want. The Extreme Emotion Master said. That's right. If I can help, I won't refuse. The Space-Time Master smiled. All right. Yi Xian didn't act pretentious and said with a serious expression, I would like to invite the two of you to work together with me to kill the Undying Heaven Lord. Silence. Silence. When Yi Xian finished speaking, the two of them held their breaths. This was especially so for the Space-Time Master. The smile on his face disappeared at this moment and was replaced with a solemn expression. Sir's enemy is Qingmei's enemy. The Undying Heaven Lord should be killed. The Extreme Emotion Master agreed without hesitation. The Extreme Emotion Master's agreement was within Yi Xian's expectations. At this moment, the only thing he cared about was whether the Space-Time Master would agree. If the Space-Time Master agreed to work together with him to kill the Undying Heaven Lord, this matter would be more than half successful. After all, the Space-Time Master was one of the three strongest of all time. Just him alone was stronger than the Undying Heaven Lord. Yi Daoyu, I'm very sorry. I can't help you with this matter. After a full 10 breaths of time, the Space-Time Master said with an apologetic expression. Disappointment flashed across Yi Xian's eyes at the Space-Time Master's rejection. However, he couldn't force the Space-Time Master to help him. After all, the Space-Time Master didn't owe Yi Xian anything. The Space-Time Master helped him out of goodwill, but it was also his duty not to help him. Yi Daoyu, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that killing the other strongest will cause a huge change. Moreover, the fate of chaos will definitely not allow me to do so. Chapter 17:13. The three of us control the three great laws of the universe, and we are supported by the will of primal chaos, so we can't act recklessly. Please understand. Space-Time Master said. It's fine. Yi Xian smiled. Space-Time Master said seriously, Yi Daoyu, I know that the enmity between you and Undying is irreconcilable, but there's one thing I need to tell you. Undying is someone who achieved the Tao in the fourth era. He comprehended the great Tao of Nirvana. The so-called Nirvana is the end of everything. If you can't kill him, he will eventually make a comeback. You must weigh the relationship between the two clearly. Space-Time Master reminded Yi Xian seriously. Clearly, Undying Heaven Lord wasn't so simple, and he wasn't the Lord of the Extreme Devil. Other than the three great Tao Ascendants, Undying Heaven Lord was the fourth Tao Ascendant, and the Tao of Nirvana he comprehended was also a terrifying power. Thank you for the reminder. Yi Xian nodded seriously, but his determination to kill Undying was already very strong. Because Yi Xian knew very well that even if he didn't scheme against Undying Heaven Lord now, he would definitely find a way to kill him. Therefore, Yi Xian chose to strike first. If Undying Heaven Lord and Master of Fate attacked again, Yi Xian definitely didn't want to see the result. Because in today's ceremony, although Master of Fate seemed calm, Yi Xian could feel that Master of Fate wanted to kill him, so he definitely couldn't give them a chance to work together. In the end, Spacetime Master bid farewell and left, but before he left, he warned Yi Xian not to attack Undying Heaven Lord unless he had absolute confidence. Inside the palace, Extreme Love Master frowned slightly and said, "Mister, with just you and me and 2 half-step Tao Ascendants, I'm afraid we still can't kill Undying Heaven Lord." "I know." Yi Xian nodded slowly. Even if Extreme Love Master didn't say it, he naturally understood this principle. Indeed. With 2 half-step Tao Ascendants, plus Yi Xian and Extreme Love Master, Undying Heaven Lord was no match at all. However, if the Deathless Heaven Lord wanted to flee, there was nothing they could do to stop him. After all, the title of Strongest of All Ages was not just for show. "Looks like we can only take this final step." Yi Xian muttered in a low voice, and a wisp of gloominess and viciousness flashed through his eyes. In the vast sky, the clouds stretched for thousands of miles. The 2 figures stood side by side. Above their heads were the stars in the sky. Bright starlight poured down in torrents, illuminating the 2 figures without a speck of dust. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." "I know. You know what I'm waiting for." The heaven-devouring demon master was surrounded by demonic qi. Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. When their gazes met, the corners of their mouths curled into deep smiles. There were no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal benefits. At this moment, this sentence fully explained the relationship between Yi Xian and the heaven-devouring demon master. Even though Yi Xian knew that the heaven-devouring demon master wanted to kill him, the 2 of them still chatted happily. "I want the complete tribulation transcender technique." The heaven-devouring demon master did not speak any nonsense. His purpose in staying in Buried Heaven Palace was to obtain the complete tribulation transcender technique in Yi Xian's hands. Yi Xian said, "Okay, but I have a condition." "Speak." The heaven-devouring demon master did not have any change in expression. If Yi Xian gave him the tribulation transcender technique for free, he would feel that it was a fantasy. Yi Xian said, "Help me kill Undying Heaven Lord." Boom! In the next moment, the heaven-devouring demon master's aura became chaotic. The terrifying heaven-devouring demonic light surged violently, and his pair of cold eyes froze. "What did you say?" The heaven-devouring demon master was bewildered. He could not believe his ears. Yi Xian said with a strange smile, "It's very simple if you want the tribulation transcender technique. As long as you promise to help me kill Undying Heaven Lord, I'll give you the technique." What a joke. The heaven-devouring demon master finally confirmed that he had not misheard. He looked at Yi Xian with a sneer and said, "Although this lord believes that his cultivation is not below Undying Heaven Lord's, I still can't kill him. Even if you and I join forces, we won't succeed. Moreover, the battle between the strongest is of great importance. If we can't kill Undying Heaven Lord, wouldn't this lord also have a grudge with him?" It was like a fantasy story, a wild fantasy. At this moment, the heaven-devouring demon master looked at Yi Xian as if he was looking at an idiot. Only Yi Xian could come up with such a ridiculous condition. Unfortunately, Yi Xian directly ignored the heaven-devouring demon master's sarcasm. Instead, he took out a jade slip and waved it in front of the heaven-devouring demon master's eyes. "The tribulation transcender technique is here. As long as you promise to help me kill Undying Heaven Lord, I will naturally give it to you." Looking at the jade slip in Yi Xian's hand, the heaven-devouring demon master's eyes burned with passion. He wanted to snatch it, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. After all, the current Yi Xian was no longer the weak person he used to be. He had no confidence in snatching the tribulation transcender technique from Yi Xian's hands. Yi Xian, it's not that this lord doesn't agree to your condition, but this matter is simply impossible to succeed. The heaven-devouring demon master frowned. As an expert, the heaven-devouring demon master naturally knew how terrifying the undying heaven lord was. Just him and Yi Xian, even with the extreme emotion master, might not be able to kill the undying heaven lord. You and I, the extreme emotion master, 2 half-step experts, and 2 immortal great perfection stage experts who have walked their own path. Do you think we can kill undying heaven lord? Yi Xian said coldly. This. The heaven-devouring demon master's expression changed slightly. His originally mocking expression gradually turned serious. 2 immortal great perfection stage experts, 1 Yi Xian, 2 half-step experts, and 2 immortal great perfection stage experts. This lineup was indeed terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, the heaven-devouring demon master was indeed tempted. Because this lineup was indeed very likely to kill undying heaven lord. One had to know that although Yi Xian's cultivation was a level lower than the immortal great perfection stage experts, he was still absolutely terrifying. Looking at the heaven-devouring demon master's hesitation, Yi Xian added fuel to the fire. Heaven-devouring, your cultivation has stagnated, right? Without the help of the tribulation transcender technique, your cultivation will forever stagnate. If you want to enter that legendary forbidden realm, this tribulation transcender technique is your only chance. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the heaven-devouring demon master laughed wildly. Then, he nodded at Yi Xian and said, Yi Xian, I have to say that you have indeed touched my weakness. Okay, I promise you. But I hope you can remember your promise. I also want you to swear to the chaotic universe that you must give me the complete tribulation transcender technique after everything is done. Of course. After saying this, Yi Xian directly swore to the chaotic universe, which made the heaven-devouring demon master feel relieved. After all, he had sworn an oath to the primal chaos universe. If Yi Xian really broke his promise, then his Tao heart would be flawed and his cultivation would stop forever. Inside the imperial palace, Yi Xian was dressed in black, and the heaven-devouring demon master and extreme emotion master stood side by side with him. On the 2 sides below the 3 of them were the 2 half-step immortal great perfection stage experts, Li Taichu, and Jun Wuxia. 7 people. A total of 7 people, and the weakest of them was at the immortal great perfection stage. However, Li Taichu and Jun Wuxia were not ordinary immortal great perfection stage experts. The 2 of them had walked their own path, and their combat strength was terrifying to the extreme. I've already told everyone the plan. As long as he doesn't die, he will definitely not return. Yi Xian's voice echoed throughout the imperial palace. Chapter 1714. Undying Heaven Palace. 10,000 laws and 10,000 spirits were silent. Undying Heaven Lord looked up at the vast starry sky. His sharp and deep eyes were filled with unerasable heaviness. Ever since the trip to buried Heaven Palace, his heart had become heavier and heavier. Be it Yi Xian's cultivation, extreme emotions attitude, or even Yi Xian's Tao orthodoxy, they all posed a great threat to him. I'm a supreme expert, the master of the universe, but look at what I've become. How can I be forced to this point by Yi Xian? Undying Heaven Lord muttered, his eyes filled with unerasable coldness. Regardless of whether Undying Heaven Lord admitted it or not, Yi Xian's wings were already fully grown, and his forces were gradually growing stronger. Undying Heaven Lord believed that once Yi Xian's cultivation improved, Yi Xian would definitely come knocking on his door. Regardless of whether it was him or his Undying Heaven Palace, they would all suffer an unprecedented calamity. If my Tao of Nirvana could improve further, I would definitely be able to kill Yi Xian. Undying Heaven Lord muttered unwillingly. His cultivation had stagnated for a very, very long time. It was too difficult to take this step, and he couldn't find the direction to advance. However, the sense of urgency that Yi Xian gave him made Undying Heaven Lord very clear that if he couldn't improve further, he would die in Yi Xian's hands in the future. Humans didn't want to die. Undying Heaven Lord was the same. He didn't want to die in Yi Xian's hands, and he couldn't accept the result of Yi Xian's hands. Destiny. Undying Heaven Lord transmitted his voice across domains. A water screen appeared, and as Destiny's phantom flickered in the water screen, the two supreme experts stared at each other across space. Undying. Destiny said calmly. No matter the price, I will kill Yi Xian. Undying Heaven Lord said solemnly. The time isn't right. We can't kill him. Destiny replied. River of Destiny. The Undying Heaven Lord's eyes shone brightly. No matter how powerful he is, no matter how powerful he is, he will still die under the River of Destiny. As an apex expert, the Undying Heaven Lord knew how terrifying the three great rivers were. As long as the Master of Fate summoned the River of Fate, Yi Xian would not be able to escape. The price of summoning the River of Fate is too great. Let me think about it. The Master of Fate was silent for a while before replying to the Undying Heaven Lord. Don't think about it for too long, because we don't have much time left. If he takes another step forward and stands shoulder to shoulder with us, killing him will be harder than ascending to the heavens. The Undying Heaven Lord coldly said. The Undying Heaven Master paused for a moment before he continued in a deep voice, moreover, don't forget that the 10th Yuan Hui will end in 300 million years. If he lives until the next Yuan Hui, he will become the master of the 11th Yuan Hui. You should be able to imagine what will happen then, right? I know. I will think about it carefully. The Master of Fate sighed and slowly disappeared into the water screen. After cutting off the connection with the Master of Fate, the Undying Heaven Lord's face turned slightly ferocious as he muttered, Fate, you are still underestimating him. If you don't get rid of him, he will be a huge threat to you sooner or later. The Undying Heaven Lord was unwilling, but he really had no other choice. Other than the Master of Fate summoning the River of Fate to kill Yi Xian, he could not think of any other way. Wait. He could only wait. Wait for the Master of Fate to give him a reply. Boom. All of a sudden. Just as the Undying Heaven Lord was deep in thought, an earth-shattering explosion resounded, causing the entire Undying Heaven Palace to tremble. How dare you! The Undying Heaven Lord was shocked as he sensed that someone had invaded the Undying Heaven Palace. He even slashed his sword at the Undying Heaven Palace. Boom! The Undying Heaven Lord took a step forward and instantly appeared in the outside world. A sword mark that was 1,000,000 miles long appeared, and countless buildings and palaces were reduced to ruins. Junior, it's you. The Undying Heaven Lord looked up and saw Li Taichu's figure. This caused his face to turn terrifyingly cold. Li Taichu was one of Yi Xian's men, yet he actually charged into the Undying Heavenly Palace. If he still didn't understand what was going on, then he would be too stupid. A mere Undying Great Perfection Realm cultivator dared to invade a supreme orthodoxy. He did not even put the Undying Heaven Lord in his eyes. How could the Undying Heaven Lord not be enraged? My Lord said that he will give you a big gift every 10,000 years. Goodbye. Li Taichu said coldly and did not stay any longer. He turned into a supreme sword light and left. Do you think you can leave? If the Undying Heaven Lord did not do anything when he was bullied by the people of Buried Heaven Palace, then he would be a joke. Rumble. The Undying Heaven Lord stretched out his 5 fingers, wanting to crush the starry space and universe. He directly shot towards Li Taichu, wanting to capture him. Ha! The Undying Heaven Lord was stunned because he was actually unable to capture Li Taichu. An extremely powerful energy surged over, protecting Li Taichu and allowing him to leave safely. Yi Xian. The Undying Heaven Lord's face turned pale. He took a step forward and disappeared from the Undying Heaven Palace. In the boundless starry sky, there were stars everywhere. The stars rotated and shone brightly. The sea of stars churned violently. As the undying Heaven Lord appeared in this part of the starry sky, the entire starry sky trembled. Yi Xian, get out here. The undying Heaven Lord roared coldly. He could sense that Yi Xian was here because Yi Xian's aura had appeared here. Clap. 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 7 figures walked out from the depths of the starry sky and surrounded the undying Heaven Lord. It's you guys. When the undying Heaven Lord saw the faces of the 7 people, his face turned gloomy. Fear flashed in his eyes as the terror of life and death assaulted him. Undying, do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? Yi Xian's expression was calm. He walked slowly towards the undying Heaven Lord. His eyes were even more lifeless. It was as if he was talking to an old friend. Yi Xian, you are more sinister and ruthless than I imagined. The undying Heaven Lord suppressed the fear in his heart. His deep gaze swept across the 6 people present. When he saw the heaven-devouring Demon Lord and the Extreme Emotion Master, a self-mocking smile appeared on his face. Same to you. I'm just doing what you did to me in the past. Yi Xian said calmly. Heaven-devouring, why are you helping him to harm me? At this point, the undying Heaven Lord had nothing to say. He knew that he had fallen into Yi Xian's trap. However, he couldn't understand. The heaven-devouring Demon Lord and Yi Xian were clearly enemies and not friends. Why would the heaven-devouring Demon Lord turn against him today? Undying, have you heard of this saying? In this world, there are no eternal friends and no eternal enemies. There are only eternal benefits. The heaven-devouring Demon Lord said calmly. I understand. The undying Heaven Lord nodded slowly. The heaven-devouring Demon Lord's words were enough to explain everything. Yi Xian, you spent so much effort to lure me here. Do you think you can kill me? The undying Heaven Lord said coldly. Can't I kill you? Yi Xian asked calmly. Chapter 17:15. Speechless. The undying Heaven Lord fell silent. As an eternal paragon and a Taoist of the 4th era, the undying Heaven Lord was well aware of his current situation. 2 paragons, 1 Yi Xian, 2 half-step paragons, and 2 complete undying realm juniors. A total of 7 paragons, it was more than enough to kill him. Yi Xian, I've said before that you and I are very similar. However, I admit that I'm not as vicious as you are. Facing such a hopeless situation, the undying Heaven Lord calmed down. Undying, your biggest mistake is that you weren't ruthless enough. If you were ruthless enough back then, you wouldn't be in this situation today. If you don't remove the roots, they'll grow again. It's not like you don't understand this logic. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance anymore. Yi Xian said calmly. Ha ha ha. The undying Heaven Lord laughed out loud because Yi Xian had taught him a lesson. The price of this lesson might be his life. Clang. The undying Heaven Lord didn't waste any more words. The undying Heaven Blade sliced through the starry sky and the terrifying destructive force was unleashed. I only hate fate for being so indecisive. If he had made up his mind earlier, I wouldn't have died today. Chi. The undying Heaven Lord pointed his blade at Yi Xian, his face twisted with madness. Yi Xian, even if I have to sacrifice myself today, I won't let you have an easy time. Sigh. Yi Xian let out a long sigh. Undying, killing you in such a way isn't the result I want. You can go in peace. Kill him. In the next moment, Yi Xian's face turned cold. Eternal killing intent spread out as he held the heaven-punishing halberd in his hand and charged at the undying Heaven Lord. Rumble. At the same time, the 6 paragons attacked together. The starry sky exploded as the ancient killing force swept towards the undying Heaven Lord. Kill! Yi Xian struck out with his halberd. The heaven-punishing reincarnation was earth-shattering. Suppress! The extreme love master waved her jade-like hands. She was using the most powerful suppression technique. Die! The heaven-devouring demon lord laughed maniacally as his terrifying heaven-devouring demon light flooded the starry sky. Kill! 2 half-step absolute experts and 2 complete immortal realm experts joined hands to display their intimidating power. Undying heaven, nirvana 10,000 laws. Facing the attacks of the 7 experts, undying heaven lord went berserk in this desperate situation. His essence, chi, and spirit were pushed to the peak, and he directly slashed at the 7 experts. Boom! The starry sky exploded, and all living things ceased to exist. The undying Heaven Lord's attack didn't have any effect. Under the joint attack of the 7 experts, he was sent flying. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the undying Heaven Lord's mouth. His entire body was covered in blood, and terrifying wounds could be seen everywhere. Too strong. It was so powerful that it was unfathomable. Facing the joint attack of the 7 experts, the undying Heaven Lord encountered an unprecedented calamity. He didn't even have the strength to fight back at all. One should know that the heaven-devouring demon lord wasn't any weaker than him. With Yi Xian, extreme love, and the other 4 experts, how could the undying Heaven Lord resist? Undying rebirth technique. Whine. The undying Heaven Lord roared in grief and anger. His broken body shone with a terrifying light, constantly healing his injuries. Undying, it's useless. Today is the day you die. I'll send you on your way. Rumble. Yi Xian attacked mercilessly. His halberd pierced through the starry sky, and the heaven-burying reincarnation light halo buried everything, directly entering the undying Heaven Lord's chest. Bang! The heaven-devouring demon lord also attacked ruthlessly, slapping the undying Heaven Lord's head with his palm. Bang! The extreme love force turned into endless ribbons, directly suppressing the undying Heaven Lord in the starry sky. Bind! The 2 half-step absolute experts joined hands, each using their own suppression technique to support the undying Heaven Lord. Kill! Li Taichu's 5th sword was unleashed, and Jun Wushuang unleashed the extreme purple heavenly energy at the same time. Wah! The undying Heaven Lord coughed out blood continuously. His so-called absolute body was once again riddled with holes. His 7 orifices were bleeding, and the nirvanic energy around him was weakened to the extreme. Die! Yi Xian roared mercilessly. He sent the undying Heaven Lord flying with his halberd. The ancient cold light flickered with a terrifying light, and as his halberd descended, it actually cut the undying Heaven Lord in half at the waist. Blood! Fresh blood! Beautiful and beautiful blood! The blood of the absolute experts sprinkled across the starry sky. The undying Heaven Lord was cut into 2 halves, but he wasn't truly dead. Condense. Rumble. The 2 halves of the undying Heaven Lord's body shone, and rapidly merged together. His body recovered once again, and his entire person turned into a black light that tore through the starry sky, wanting to escape from this unprecedented situation. Do you think you can escape? Rumble. The ancient stars sealed the sky and trapped the earth. Star runes rose in all directions, directly blocking the undying Heaven Lord's escape route. This was the method of a Chaos Star Master, and Yi Xian had long predicted this situation. How could he give the undying Heaven Lord a chance to escape? Yi Xian. The undying Heaven Lord was already at the end of the road. He glared at Yi Xian with hatred. Even though he was an absolute expert, facing the encirclement of 7 great experts, he couldn't do anything. Rumble. Yi Xian led the 6 great experts here, forcing the undying Heaven Lord into a desperate situation once again. No matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to escape from this place today. Throughout the ages, the absolute experts are revered, but it's a pity that they aren't immortal. Today is the day you die. You have no hope of survival. Yi Xian said indifferently. Ha ha ha. The undying Heaven Lord was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with hatred and despair. He knew that there was no way for him to survive today. Unless the 3 absolute experts appeared to save him, he would definitely die today. Undying, actually, I have always had a wish, and that is to defeat you fair and square and kill you with my own hands. It's a pity that this wish can't be fulfilled. Yi Xian said solemnly. Yi Xian, you haven't won yet. Even if I die today, I'll drag all of you down with me. Suddenly, the undying Heaven Lord roared. His body suddenly expanded, and an unimaginably terrifying energy spread out, causing this part of the universe to darken. Retreat, he's going to self-destruct. The heaven-devouring demon lord was shocked and warned Yi Xian and the others. The others hurriedly retreated when they heard that. They even unleashed their strongest powers. One should know that the self-destruction of the strongest of all time could really kill them. The power of the self-destruction was simply terrifying to the extreme. Yi Xian, I'm going to take you down with me today. The undying Heaven Lord roared with hatred. His body swelled up like a balloon. The destructive force that could destroy the starry sky was unleashed. It was a terrifying force that had never been seen before. You don't have the chance anymore. Yi Xian roared malevolently. He had already calculated everything. He naturally knew that the undying Heaven Lord would choose to self-destruct and he was forced into a corner. Form. Yi Xian formed seals with his hands and retreated rapidly. The starry runes in the sky descended, trapping the undying Heaven Lord within. Buzz. The other 6 didn't dare to delay and struck out seals to support Yi Xian. The 7 of them worked together to suppress the undying Heaven Lord in the depths of the starry sky. There was no way they would give the undying Heaven Lord a chance to drag them down with him. I hate this. The undying Heaven Lord roared with hatred. If he couldn't kill Yi Xian with his self-destruction, he would die with regrets. His heart was filled with unwillingness. But so what if he was unwilling? He had already reached the end of the road. Chapter 17-16. Boom. Finally. Along with the explosion of the universe, undying Heaven Lord's entire body exploded. The power of the explosion was simply unimaginable. It even broke the barrier set up by the 7 great experts. Boom. The stars were destroyed, and the universe sank. Under the undying Heaven Lord's explosion, the 7 experts retreated frantically, but they were still affected by the explosion. Pfft. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Even the Extreme Love Master and the Sky-Devouring Demon Master were not spared, because the power of the explosion was too terrifying. Fortunately, there were 3 of them in front to block it. This also prevented Gai Tianyuan and the rest from being affected. Otherwise, just the aftershock of the explosion would have taken the lives of the 4 of them. Is he dead? After a long time, when the terrifying energy of the explosion dissipated, the Extreme Love Master asked in surprise. He's dead for sure, the Sky-Devouring Demon Master said coldly. As an ultimate, the consequence of choosing to self-explode was to have his soul destroyed. There was no way he could survive. The Sky-Devouring Demon Master was very sure. Pfft. While the 2 of them were discussing, Yi Xian took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the place where the undying Heaven Lord had self-exploded. Rumble. The dark vortex had no beginning and no end. The terrifying energy was still lingering, and the faint power of destruction was still lingering in the exploded starry sky. Is he dead? The 6 experts arrived in an instant. The Extreme Love Master asked as he felt the aura of the undying Heaven Lord. His soul has been destroyed. Yi Xian felt for a long time and finally spat out these words. Because in his senses, the undying Heaven Lord was indeed gone. The explosion just now had taken his life. However, Yi Xian didn't have the slightest bit of excitement on his face. Instead, he frowned slightly. Where's his heavenly heart of chaos? Yi Xian muttered doubtfully. Even if the undying Heaven Lord had died from self-explosion, where was the heavenly heart of chaos in his body? Could it have disappeared along with the undying Heaven Lord's self-explosion? Yi Xian was puzzled as he looked at the 2 utmost powerful beings. After all, as utmost powerful beings, they should be able to give him a reasonable answer. There has never been a case of an ultimate self-destructing. Perhaps the heavenly heart of chaos was also destroyed in his self-destruction, Extreme Love Master said, not daring to be sure. The primal chaos heavenly core is a manifestation of the will of the universe. It is also a supreme power of law. However, the undying Heaven Lord's self-destruction could have caused the primal chaos heavenly core to dissipate along with him. The heaven-devouring demon master said. Yi Xian's brows did not relax at all after hearing the answers from the 2 supreme beings. Instead, his frown deepened. If the heavenly heart of chaos self-destructs along with him, doesn't that mean that the chaos 12 periods lack a Tao attainment cultivator from the 4th period? Yi Xian said solemnly. This. The 2 supreme beings were stunned as well. Clearly, Yi Xian's words made sense. However, the person was already dead. Wouldn't it be silly to think about such a vague matter? Yi Xian, don't worry. The undying Heaven Lord's self-destruction would have killed him. There's no way he could have survived. You've seen the energy of the self-destruction just now. There's no hope of survival for an ultimate to self-destruct. The heaven-devouring demon master said. Is that really the case? Yi Xian's eyes were deep. He was not satisfied with this answer. Yi Xian had experienced too many deaths and had even survived from certain death several times. Therefore, Yi Xian did not dare to take any chances when it came to the undying Heaven Lord. Moreover, the most important point was that Yi Xian had also cultivated the undying immortal scripture and had comprehended the so-called nirvana power. The so-called nirvana power was the end of everything. It also represented death. Yi Xian had a better understanding of the Tao of nirvana. Although the undying Heaven Lord had self-destructed, Yi Xian was worried that the undying Heaven Lord still had a trump card to resurrect himself. Of course, this was merely Yi Xian's worry. After all, the probability of this happening was extremely low. After all, the undying Heaven Lord did not have a forbidden technique to resurrect himself. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Yi Xian would definitely not give the undying Heaven Lord any chance. Wait. Under Yi Xian's will, he sat cross-legged in the starry sky, waiting to see if there would be any changes. If the undying Heaven Lord really had a trump card to resurrect himself, he would definitely reassemble his physical body here. If one did not remove the roots, the weeds would grow again when the spring breeze blew. Yi Xian understood this principle very well. He would definitely not give the undying Heaven Lord any chance. This was the difference between him and the undying Heaven Lord. There was no other way. With Yi Xian waiting here, the other 6 could only accompany him. After all, this time, they had joined forces to kill an ultimate existence. It was an earth-shattering event. If the undying Heaven Lord could really resurrect himself, he would definitely seek them out in the future. This was not something the 6 of them wanted to see. Waiting was boring. Time passed slowly. However, Yi Xian did not see the undying Heaven Lord resurrecting. Instead, he saw the arrival of the 3 ultimate existences. Rumble. The arrival of the 3 ultimate existences was accompanied by a long sigh from the Master of Primal Chaos. When the undying Heaven Lord's self-destruction produced a terrifying shockwave, the three ultimate existences understood everything. Devouring Heaven, extreme emotion, the two of you have guts. How dare you join forces with Yi Xian to kill the undying Heaven Lord? The Master of Fate's expression was cold as he berated the two ultimate existences. However, his emotionless eyes of fate were fixed on Yi Xian. At this moment, the Master of Fate was filled with regret. Why didn't he agree to the undying Heaven Lord's request earlier? Instead, he allowed Yi Xian to strike first and cause the undying Heaven Lord to suffer a calamity of death. However, regret was useless. The undying Heaven Lord had already self-destructed. No matter how powerful he was, there was no way he could revive the undying Heaven Lord. Who do you think you are? How dare you berate your master? The devouring Heaven Demon Master's face turned cold. As an ultimate existence, he was not afraid of fate. Devouring Heaven, do you really think that your master can't suppress you? The Master of Fate's face was cold and emotionless as a terrifying power of fate circled around him. If you wish to fight, your master shall accompany you in battle. Boom! The devouring Heaven Demon Master was used to being domineering. How could he possibly lower his head before the Master of Fate? Forget it, Fate. The Master of Primal Chaos frowned and called out to the Master of Fate. This caused the Master of Fate to look at the devouring Heaven Demon Master and Yi Xian coldly before remaining silent. Humph! The devouring Heaven Demon Master snorted coldly before dispersing his aura. Actually, the devouring Heaven Demon Master was just putting on an act. He had no intention of striking out at the Master of Fate. One must know that the Master of Fate wasn't the undying Heaven Lord. He was the second strongest in all of eternity and could even control the river of fate. If the Master of Fate were to harden his heart, other than time and primal chaos, any other ultimate existence would be suppressed. This was the horrifying part of the river of fate. Yi Dao Yu, the grudge between you and the undying Heaven Lord has already been resolved. Your master here hopes that you can restrain yourself in the future and stop killing. Otherwise, your master here will have no other choice but to strike out at you. Threat. This was a naked threat. At this moment, the face of the Master of Primal Chaos was solemn and dignified. Evidently, Yi Xian's actions had crossed his bottom line. As the Master of Primal Chaos, his name represented the will of the Primal Chaos universe. Chapter 1717. The Undying Heaven Lord was a Tao enlightened being of the fourth Yuan Hui and even had the support of the chaotic will. However, he had died in the hands of Yi Xian. This was a taboo for him. Furthermore, this was not the first time Yi Xian had done this. Back then, the Lord of the Extreme Devil had also died in the hands of Yi Xian. These were the lives of two utmost beings. As the saying went, the first and second times could not be repeated. If Yi Xian continued to act so brazenly, then as the number one utmost being of the chaotic world, he would really have to take action to suppress Yi Xian. This was because the Master of Chaos had the strength to do so. Whether it was his own cultivation or the existence of the river of chaos, Yi Xian was no match for him. To put it bluntly, even if the Master of Chaos was surrounded by the seven utmost beings today, he would definitely not self-destruct like the undying Heaven Lord. Instead, he would be able to suppress the seven utmost beings. This was because he had the support of the river of chaos. No matter how powerful one was, one would still be an ant in front of the river of chaos. Faced with the threat of the Master of Chaos, Yi Xian chose to ignore it. He did not even bother to argue with him. This was because it was useless to say anything else. Only strength that could crush everything was the greatest capital. Take care of yourself. The Master of Chaos took a deep look at Yi Xian before turning into a beam of chaotic light and leaving. The Master of Fate's gaze was deep as he left as well. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the Master of Fate was extremely hostile towards Yi Xian. You have to be more careful in the future. The two utmost beings are already dissatisfied with you. The Master of Time and Space sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian before he left. He did not want to see Yi Xian become enemies with the two utmost beings. This was because this would bring a great calamity to Yi Xian. The three utmost beings came and left quickly. This was also a relief for the Extreme Love Master and the others. Yi Xian's gaze was deep. The arrival of the three utmost beings was within his expectations. However, it was fortunate that before the three utmost beings arrived, he had already joined forces with the six utmost beings to kill the undying Heaven Lord. Otherwise, if the three utmost beings were to save the undying Heaven Lord, all of his plans would have been for naught. At this moment, Yi Xian stared at the exploding starry sky. The power of nirvanic extermination had already disappeared, and he could no longer feel any fluctuations. Yi Xian, if you don't die, you're already dead. There won't be any results even if you continue to wait. It's time for you to make a promise. The heaven-devouring demon master said in a deep voice. Here. Yi Xian casually shot out the tribulation transcender technique, and it was directly caught by the heaven-devouring demon master. This made him happy, and he didn't even say a word as he floated away. He and Yi Xian had only made a deal. Now that the deal was completed, he naturally had to go back and meditate on the complete tribulation transcender technique in his hand, making his cultivation reach a higher level. Li Taichu, Jun Wushuang. Yi Xian said with a deep look in his eyes. Emperor. The two of them bowed. The undying Heaven Lord has already fallen. The two of you will personally head to the undying Heaven Palace and kill everyone there. Remember, leave no one alive, Yi Xian said with a cruel expression. As you command, Emperor. The two of them secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect Yi Xian to be so ruthless. Not only did he kill the undying Heaven Lord, but he was also going to destroy the other party's orthodoxy. Li Taichu and Jun Wushuang received the order and went straight to the undying Heaven Palace to exterminate the sect. Gai Tianyuan and the Space Beast King also bid farewell at this moment. Yi Xian cupped his hands and bowed to the two of them, expressing his gratitude. The two half-step supreme experts also left. Mister, let's go, the Extreme Love Master said softly. Qing Mei, you go back first, Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Mister, you. The Extreme Love Master wanted to say something to comfort Yi Xian, but when she saw Yi Xian's solemn expression, she swallowed her words. Obviously, Yi Xian was still worried about the undying Heaven Lord. He wanted to wait here until it was confirmed that the undying Heaven Lord had fallen. Finally, the Extreme Love Master also left this starry sky. The starry sky was destroyed, and the laws no longer existed. Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He stared at the place where the undying Heaven Lord had fallen and carefully sensed the aura of the undying Heaven Lord. However, Yi Xian did not sense anything because there was no sign of life. It was as if the undying Heaven Lord had really died in both body and soul. Is he really dead? Yi Xian murmured. Time passed quickly, and 1,000,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian had also waited for 1,000,000 years, and this shattered starry sky had already been restored. However, he still did not sense any sign of life from the undying Heaven Lord. Finally, Yi Xian still left. Perhaps he was too suspicious. How could a supreme expert who had self-destructed come back to life? However, what Yi Xian did not know was that in a mysterious land of death, in a dark prison, a black true spirit was roaring with hatred. Endless darkness, a land of death. The pair of eyes of death appeared once again. These eyes contained boundless terror as they stared at the black true spirit in the dark prison. This was because the black true spirit was dimming. It would not be long before it completely dissipated. Are you willing to accept this? An ancient voice of death rang out, filled with indescribable terror. It also caused the true spirit trapped in the dark prison to tremble in fear. Perhaps it was the last bit of unwillingness before it dissipated, or perhaps it was an obsession with hatred, but the true spirit let out a venomous roar that suppressed its fear of the eyes of death. Yi Xian, you son of a bitch! I will kill you! Kill you! Buzz! A black rune quietly appeared in the dark prison and merged with the true spirit. It stabilized its crumbling state and prevented it from truly dissipating in the dark prison. There can be no construction without destruction. Construction after destruction. From life to death, all laws will be destroyed. You originally cultivated the law of destruction. This is also the law of death. If you can revive in death, you can naturally return to the primal chaos. You can even break free from the shackles of the strongest and transform into a taboo. An emotionless voice rang out, causing the true spirit to tremble in fear. However, its obsession and hatred for Yi Xian also caused the true spirit to shine brightly. Who are you? Who are you? The black true spirit asked in fear. He was the undying heaven lord who had self-detonated. However, as one of the strongest throughout history, he had never heard of such a terrifying character. Even the so-called taboo characters were not worth mentioning in front of this person. Eternal reincarnation, the final destination of death. This is the purgatory of death. You can call me prison. The emotionless voice rang out once again. The pair of eyes of death slowly dissipated, no longer emitting any fluctuations. Prison. The undying heaven lord's black true spirit was trembling. Just this one word had caused him to be terrified to the extreme. His true spirit had almost dissipated. Many thanks for Senior's grace of rebirth. The undying heaven lord trembled as he spoke. However, he did not receive any response. It was as if this life form called prison did not contain any emotions. Chapter 17-18. The world was in an uproar and all living beings were horrified. Emperor Zongtian's master, Yi Xian, killed the immortal heaven lord in the chaotic starry sky and even destroyed the immortal heaven palace. This news spread to the 5 regions of chaos at an extremely fast speed. Those who heard it were shocked and those who heard it were moved. It caused a huge sensation in the chaotic world. It was also because of this battle that Emperor Zongtian's name spread throughout the 5 regions. Emperor Zongtian's reputation also rose. Countless powerful figures came, hoping to be accepted into Zongtian's palace. Suddenly, Zongtian's reputation reached its peak and had already suppressed the 10,000 spirit palace's reputation. Emperor Zongtian's name resounded throughout the chaotic universe. He was already on the same level as the master of all spirits, the leader of the 10th Yuan Hui. As the saying goes, there can't be 2 suns in the sky and 2 emperors in a country. The rise of Zongtian's palace was a blow to the 10,000 spirit palace's position as the overlord. Fortunately, under the control of the master of all spirits and Yi Xian, the 2 orthodoxies didn't have too many conflicts. However, something happened that completely ignited the fuse between the 2 orthodoxies. A huge battle ensued. It was very simple. An elder of the 10,000 spirit heavenly palace discovered a spirit treasure of heaven and earth. Coincidentally, the cultivators of the heavenly burial palace heard the news and arrived. They attacked the elder of the 10,000 spirit heavenly palace and seized the spirit treasure of heaven and earth from him. For example, this kind of treasure snatching happened from time to time in the chaotic world. It wasn't a rare thing at all. However, the cultivator of Zongtian's palace was ruthless. He actually killed the elder of the 10,000 spirit palace. The situation suddenly became serious. The 2 orthodoxies were already in conflict. Now that Zongtian's palace had killed the elder of the 10,000 spirit palace, it immediately magnified the situation. In the beginning, both sides only gathered some people to fight. As casualties began to appear, the matter became more and more serious. In the end, even Li Taichu, a complete immortal realm cultivator, was involved. The 10,000 Spirit Palace even sent a half-step supreme expert. Although Li Taichu had his own techniques and Tao, he was still no match for this half-step supreme expert. In the end, Li Taichu escaped with serious injuries. The half-step supreme expert of the 10,000 Spirit Palace didn't have it easy either. Li Taichu's 6 annihilation sword intent was too terrifying and caused him to suffer an unimaginable disaster. 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace. Dark silhouettes almost filled the entire Heaven Palace. They were all elders of the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly Palace. Even the weakest among them was at the early immortal realm. Their faces were filled with extreme indignation, and a large amount of discussion came from their mouths. Burying Heaven Palace is going too far. Arrogant, simply arrogant to the extreme. They actually dared to disregard our 10,000 Spirit Celestial Palace and casually kill our disciples. If we don't take revenge, how will the living beings in the 5 regions of chaos view our 10,000 Spirit Celestial Palace? My 10,000 Spirit Celestial Palace is in charge of the 10th Yuan Hui. All living beings submit to us and all living beings respect us. Burying Heaven Palace is nothing. Heavenly Master, you have to uphold justice for us. Indignation, angry roars, and cries of grievance were all heard throughout the Heavenly Palace. Everyone's eyes were also looking in one direction, and this person was the pillar of support in their hearts. Lord of all spirits. His clothes were as white as snow, his expression was indifferent, and his jet black hair fell to his shoulders. However, when his eyes opened and closed, it was as if all the stars in the sky were moving within them. Quiet. The Lord of all spirits only uttered one word, and the entire Heavenly Palace quieted down. The original clamor also disappeared. The supreme power of all eternity was displayed without a doubt. I already know what happened. I will personally talk to Emperor Zongtian about this matter. You all can leave now, said the Lord of all spirits indifferently. Yes, Heavenly Master. The elders were overjoyed. They bowed to the Lord of all spirits and quickly left the Heavenly Palace. Everything was silent. Heaven and earth were silent. The Lord of all spirits stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were deep and calm. His pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through the eternal firmament, looking at the 99 layers of burying Heaven Palace from afar. Yi Xian, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Are you ready? The Lord of all spirits whispered. Buzz. The void rippled with the 10,000 spirits' divine light. The Lord of all spirits took a step forward and disappeared from the 10,000 Spirit Celestial Palace. Emperor Zongtian Palace. Yi Xian was dressed in black. His black hair hung behind his head. His handsome face was like a scholar's. However, when his eyes opened and closed, he gave off a feeling of vicissitudes of life. He was no longer the young man he used to be. Instead, he was a great cultivator who had lived for nearly a Yuan Hui. He was comparable to the supreme powerhouses. Emperor Zongtian Palace. Li Taichu's face was pale. The surrounding cultivators were even more furious. However, before they could speak, Fatso Huang hurriedly gave them a look, indicating that they should not say anything. The one who knew best was definitely Fatso Huang, because he noticed that Yi Xian's deep eyes were looking into the distance. Obviously, something big was about to happen. The Lord of all spirits has arrived. You all can leave, Yi Xian said calmly. Huh? Everyone was shocked. Before they could react, the 99 layers of burying Heaven Palace trembled slightly. A supreme power pressed down on them. Buzz. The void opened, and rays of divine light shone. The Lord of all spirits walked out slowly. His expression was calm, and only a ray of 10,000 spirits' divine light surrounded him. The arrival of a supreme powerhouse shocked the world. Fatty Huang and the others were aghast, as if they were facing a great enemy. They surrounded the Lord of all spirits in the center. After all, this was not some rotten fish or shrimp, but a true powerhouse of all ages. Those who come are guests. What are you all doing? Yi Xian frowned and said, Leave. Yes, Emperor Lord. Everyone hurriedly left the imperial palace. However, they quickly gathered all the cultivators above the immortal realm. They even activated the heavenly protection formation, ready to support Yi Xian at any time. Inside the imperial palace, they are naturally nervous when a supreme powerhouse arrives. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself, Yi Xian said calmly. Should I call you Emperor Lord of Burying Heaven Palace or Yi Xian? The Lord of all spirits did not answer the question. The title is just a title. You can call me by my real name if you want, Yi Xian said. All right. The Lord of all spirits nodded and said, The Lord of all spirits is just a title that people use. You can call me by my real name, Yi Lingtian. That's great. Yi Xian smiled and nodded. Yi Xian, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I've been waiting for this battle for almost a yuan hui, the Lord of all spirits said in a deep voice. I know, Yi Xian said. I don't care about the so-called orthodoxies. I don't care if they live or die. What I really care about is the result of this battle, the Lord of all spirits said. I'm no match for you. Yi Xian lightly smiled as he gave the Lord of all spirits a stunned answer. This also caused a look of understanding to flash through the Lord of all spirits' eyes. Indeed, although Yi Xian had opened the 10 heavenly gates and killed the undying Heaven Lord with the help of 6 experts, he was still no match for the Lord of all spirits. Chapter 17-19. First of all, Yi Xian's cultivation was still a notch below that of the strongest, and the most crucial problem was that the Lord of all spirits was a contemporary who had achieved Tao and was supported by the will of the chaotic universe. Not to mention Yi Xian at this moment, even if the 3 strongest fought against the Lord of all spirits, the Lord of all spirits would still be in an invincible position. This was the terror of a contemporary who had achieved Tao. Yi Xian, what I want is a fair fight with you, so that I can untie the knot in my heart and pursue a higher realm. After the Lord of all spirits said this, the invincible power on his body faded, and even the will of the universe supporting him disappeared. In that case, shall we fight? The Lord of all spirits asked. At this moment, the Lord of all spirits was only left with the strongest cultivation and no longer had the support of the will of the universe. This also made his eyes burn with passion as he looked at Yi Xian. If you want to fight, I will fight. Boom! Tong Tian moved the ground, and the 10 heavenly gates and the halos of heaven burial reincarnation spread out. The entire imperial palace disappeared in the 99 levels of heaven, and rushed into the starry universe under the horrified gazes of Fatso Huang and the others. Sir, you must come back safely. Looking at the boundless starry universe above their heads, Fatso Huang and the others prayed secretly in their hearts. They knew that Yi Xian was going to fight the Lord of all spirits, and this battle would be extremely difficult. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. Time was like water, passing by in a flash. In these 3,000 years, the entire chaotic world was shaken to the extreme, because in the vast starry universe, stars fell from the sky from time to time, and the 9-heaven star river poured down, causing unimaginable disasters to the 5 regions of chaos. The people were plunged into misery and suffering, and disasters were falling from the sky. It was not until a shocking news came that the creatures of the 5 regions of chaos understood that the natural disasters that had occurred in the past 3,000 years were caused by the battle between the Lord of Buried Sky and the Lord of all spirits. The disasters continued. Meteors fell from the sky, the earth sank, the dome collapsed, and the mountains and rivers turned into ashes. Streaks of divine light streaked across the starry sky of the universe, and that world-destroying aura hung upside down. This great battle that attracted the attention of the world was still going on. No one knew the outcome of this world-shaking battle, and no one knew when it would end. It wasn't until 10,000 years had passed that the calamities gradually subsided. The vast starry universe also gradually calmed down. Buried Heaven Palace. Boom! The imperial palace descended from the starry sky and stood firmly in the 99th layer of heaven. As the doors of the imperial palace rumbled open, a figure walked out from the imperial palace. Emperor. The crowd cheered and quickly walked towards Yi Xian. They even knelt down and shouted the name of Yi Xian, Sovereign Lord Zhang Tian. Yi Xian was dressed in black, but his clothes were somewhat disheveled and stained with large amounts of blood. Even his complexion was somewhat pale, but his eyes were still as deep as an ancient pond. Clearly, this battle had been extremely difficult. Even Yi Xian had suffered heavy injuries. However, everyone was puzzled. They didn't know what the outcome of this battle was, and where was the Lord of all Spirits at this moment? Was he dead? Or had he left? However, since Yi Xian didn't say anything, they didn't dare to ask. Feng Tian, stay. Everyone else, leave. Yi Xian said weakly. Yes, Emperor. Everyone hurriedly accepted the order and left the 99th layer of heaven. Inside the imperial palace. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Yi Xian's mouth. He staggered slightly, and this made Yi Fengtian's expression change drastically. Master, where are you hurt? Yi Fengtian hurriedly supported Yi Xian, but Yi Xian slowly pushed him away. Although he staggered a little, he didn't fall to the ground. As expected, I'm still a little bit away from becoming an omnipotent. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and a self-deprecating smile appeared. This battle had been going on for more than 10,000 years. The Lord of all Spirits had dispersed the support of the will of the chaotic universe, but he was still an omnipotent after all. With just his cultivation base alone, he had fought with Yi Xian for more than 10,000 years. There was no winner or loser in this battle. Although Yi Xian was seriously injured, the Lord of all Spirits didn't have it easy either. He had also suffered terrible injuries. This was also thanks to Yi Xian's several great forbidden secret techniques. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been a match for the Lord of all Spirits. If there was really a winner or loser, Yi Xian could say with self-deprecation that he had indeed lost. He hadn't lost to the Lord of all Spirits, but to his own cultivation base. It wasn't because he was an omnipotent. There was indeed a gap between him and an omnipotent. Although this gap wasn't big, it was enough to determine victory and defeat. However, after this battle, the Lord of all Spirits laughed hysterically because in his heart, it wasn't Yi Xian who had lost to him, but himself. As an omnipotent, he had a slight advantage over Yi Xian in terms of cultivation base. On the other hand, Yi Xian was only in the immortal realm. Just this point alone made him feel that he had an unfair advantage. Moreover, after more than 10,000 years of continuous fighting, he still couldn't truly defeat Yi Xian. Even if he had the upper hand, it would only end in a draw in the end. Today, Yi Xian had opened the 10 heavenly gates. If he opened the 11 heavenly gates in the future, would he still be a match for Yi Xian? The Lord of all Spirits left mournfully. This battle had fulfilled his long-cherished wish, but it also made him truly understand the gap between him and Yi Xian. Perhaps Yi Xian wasn't as good as him now, but it wouldn't be long before Yi Xian caught up. The Lord of all Spirits understood this very well. However, it was also because of this battle that the Lord of all Spirits untied the knot in his heart. He naturally wasn't a mediocre person to be able to become an omnipotent of the 10th Eon. Since Yi Xian could continuously raise his cultivation, then he, Yi Lingtian, could as well. The Lord of all Spirits, Yi Lingtian, returned to the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace and directly issued a decree, announcing that he would not come out of seclusion. He also ordered everyone in the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace to cultivate themselves and not to compete with any forces or individuals for fame and fortune. This was because there were only 300 million years until the end of the 10th Eon. When the 10th Eon ended, it would enter a new Eon, and the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace would eventually become a thing of the past. There would be a new omnipotent of all ages leading his orthodoxy to take charge of the 11th Eon. Although it was a little too early for the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace to withdraw, no one dared to disobey the decree of the Lord of all spirits, and the entire 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace kept a low profile. The world was shocked and there was a lot of discussion. This battle shocked the entire chaotic world, and all the people in the world were guessing the result of this battle. Some said that Emperor Zhong Tian had won, while others said that the Lord of all spirits had won. All kinds of opinions continued to spread, and it became a hot topic in the entire chaotic world. However, as the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace issued a decree, announcing that the 10,000 Spirit Sky Palace would go into seclusion, all the creatures in the 5 regions of chaos were in an uproar. Since then, all the creatures in the world thought that Emperor Zhong Tian must have won. Otherwise, why would the Lord of all spirits let his orthodoxy go into seclusion? Before such opinions appeared, someone from the Zhong Tian Palace appeared to refute the rumors, and announced that this battle was not just a draw. Only then did all the voices of discussion be suppressed. However, because of this battle, Yi Xian's name as Emperor Zhong Tian's lord shook the entire chaotic world, and he was also revered by all the creatures in the world. Chapter 1720. All laws come from the same source, the universe is one. Nothing is all laws, and all laws are the universe, the heavens chanted, and the heavens chanted. Yi Xian was teaching, and Yi Fengtian was quietly listening. Strands of green light surrounded Yi Fengtian, and a boundless life force was forming. Under Yi Xian's supervision, Yi Fengtian cultivated diligently. He was gradually able to control the mysterious power in his body, and he was painstakingly nurturing it. Yi Fengtian's cultivation level rose rapidly, but Yi Xian was not satisfied. At this rate, Yi Fengtian would need 100 million years to reach the complete immortal realm. Yi Xian's heart was filled with urgency because the opportunity to open the 7th cauldron was Yi Fengtian's life force. But Yi Fengtian's cultivation had just begun, and the life force in his body was too weak. He could not open the 7th cauldron. Ever since the battle with the Lord of all spirits, Yi Xian had realized that his cultivation was lacking. This caused him to cultivate even more crazily while teaching Yi Fengtian. However, opening the 11th gate of heaven required an unimaginable amount of energy. With Yi Xian's own cultivation, he did not know when he would be able to open it. Fortunately, as Burial Heaven Palace's power grew, the treasures they collected were piled up like mountains. It was enough for Yi Xian and Yi Fengtian to cultivate. Time flew by, and the years flew by. Day by day, Yi Xian's cultivation level also rose. The amount of spiritual energy he absorbed every day was unimaginable, and he was becoming stronger step by step. One had to admit that Burial Heaven Palace provided Yi Xian with endless cultivation resources. This greatly solved Yi Xian's problem. But as Yi Xian's cultivation level grew, and he was getting closer to opening the 11th gate of heaven, the urgency in his heart grew more and more serious. This was because Yi Xian could faintly feel a heavenly aura pressing down on his mind. If he guessed correctly, this heavenly aura was the will of the chaotic universe. According to the black jade slip sent by the 2 forbidden figures, when he opened the 11th gate of heaven, the chaotic heavenly punishment would descend. Thinking of the terror of the chaotic heavenly punishment, Yi Xian's scalp tingled. He did not have the slightest confidence that he could pass it. This was a calamity that even the forbidden figures feared. At this moment, Yi Xian's only hope was to open the 7th cauldron. Only by opening the cauldron and obtaining the secret within. Perhaps there was a chance of passing the chaotic heavenly punishment. Master. While Yi Xian was deep in thought, Yi Fengtian woke up from his cultivation. Currently, he had already opened the fourth gate of heaven and walked out of his own method and Tao. The life force within his body was even more boundless. However, this was the result of a large amount of resources. Otherwise, with Yi Fengtian's own efforts, he would have been able to cultivate for a very long time. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and raised his head to look at Yi Fengtian. His eyes were deep as he said, "Fengtian, although your progress is already extremely fast, it's still far from enough. Your disciple is ashamed." Yi Fengtian's face was slightly red. With so many resources, he could only open the fourth gate of heaven. Even he was ashamed of himself. Blindly cultivating in seclusion does not seem to have much effect on you. I will take you to the mortal world to gain experience. I hope you can open the seventh gate of heaven as soon as possible, Yi Xian said. According to Yi Xian's deduction, only when Yi Fengtian opened the seventh gate of heaven could he truly use the life force in his body. Only then would he be able to unlock the secret of the seventh cauldron. On this day, Yi Xian left Xintian Palace with Yi Fengtian. Everything was left to Fatso Huang and the others. 8 million years. 8 million years was an extremely long time for a cultivator. Yi Xian also took Yi Fengtian to travel the 5 regions of chaos for 8 million years. They traveled through mountains, rivers, lakes, deserts, and seas. With the sky as their blanket and the earth as their seat, the master and disciple turned into true cultivators. They traveled to every corner of the 5 regions of chaos. During these 8 million years, Yi Fengtian's cultivation grew at a frightening rate. The life force he comprehended was also gradually completed. His entire body emitted a trace of supreme power. He respected life and was tolerant of all things. During these 8 million years, Yi Fengtian changed a lot. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or knowledge, he had undergone earth-shattering changes. He fought demons, fought against powerful cultivators, and even fought against the endless insect race in the starry sky. He was even thrown into the chaotic black hole by Yi Xian to comprehend the mysteries of life and death. Over the past 8 million years, Yi Fengtian had experienced unimaginable growth. He had truly comprehended the profound meaning of life. His entire being had become calmer and calmer. He even had an indescribable sense of majesty. In these 8 million years, other than answering his disciples' questions about cultivation, Yi Xian had been watching from the sidelines. Even when Yi Fengtian was in danger of death, he hadn't helped him. Yi Fengtian gradually became able to control the life force in his body. His entire body emitted a kind of power that only the strongest cultivators of all time could possess. Supreme power. After 8 million years, Yi Fengtian already had a trace of supreme power. Although this power was very faint, it truly existed in his body. Finally, when 10 million years passed, Yi Fengtian finally broke through and easily opened the 7th gate. Boom boom boom. At the peak of the snowy mountain, stars filled the sky. That green light filled the sky and earth, and a majestic life force swirled between heaven and earth. Wherever this life force passed, the entire snow mountain began to recover. Large amounts of vegetation drilled out from the ground, and even the snow couldn't drown out the vitality of these plants. Master, I did it. After 10 million years of bitter cultivation, Yi Fengtian had become mature and steady. Especially his pair of eyes, they were blooming with the brilliance of life. It was as if wherever his gaze landed, all withered things would be revived because of him. Good. Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at his disciple in front of him and nodded approvingly. A deep light flashed through his eyes. During these 10 million years, Yi Xian had seen all of Yi Fengtian's growth. He could not help but sigh. This disciple of his might really be the child of destiny. Judging from Yi Fengtian's current aura, he already had the aura of a supreme cultivator. Moreover, the great Tao of life that he comprehended shocked Yi Xian. If Yi Xian's guess was correct, perhaps this disciple of his would be the strongest cultivator of all time in the 11th Yuanying. Of course, this was only Yi Xian's guess. After all, no one could say for sure in the future. Whether or not Yi Fengtian could reach that level depended entirely on his luck. However, the most important thing now was that Yi Fengtian could finally control the life force in his body and open the seventh cauldron. Master, I should be able to open the heaven-shattering cauldron now, right? Yi Fengtian asked expectantly. Chapter 1721. I can definitely do it. Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. He had been waiting for this day for thousands of years. Fortunately, Yi Fengtian did not disappoint him. Buzz! Yi Xian gently rolled up his sleeves and the seventh cauldron appeared. The ancient cauldron was engraved with mysterious patterns and a mysterious aura was being emitted from it. Boom! Yi Fengtian did not dare to be careless. He immediately activated the life force in his body. A green light rippled out and engulfed the small cauldron. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, something astonishing happened. Space trembled, and the cauldron trembled in a terrifying manner. Streaks of mysterious light appeared on the cauldron, and the sound of mysterious chanting could be faintly heard in the sky. Good. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Even though he had cultivated to the point where he could not feel anything, being able to activate the seventh cauldron still made him extremely excited. Buzz! Ripples spread out from the cauldron and the mysterious chanting sound became louder and louder. An indescribable profound meaning overflowed from the small cauldron. This also made Yi Xian know that the time had come. Go! An explosive shout came from Yi Xian's mouth. The ancient bronze scripture appeared, and ancient pages flipped through. At this moment, it emitted an extremely mysterious light. Chi! In an instant, the seventh cauldron turned into a beam of light and merged with the ancient bronze scripture. A small cauldron image gradually appeared on the blank page. It was also at this moment that the ancient bronze scripture shone brightly. A mysterious rune appeared and released a terrifying power. Come! Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. He stretched out his 5 fingers and the mysterious rune shot towards him. In a flash, it merged with his forehead. Boom! When the mysterious rune merged with Yi Xian, his expression suddenly became sluggish. It was as if he had lost his soul. He did not speak or move. Teacher! Yi Fengtian's expression suddenly changed. He was afraid that Yi Xian was in danger. However, before he could go forward to check, the ancient bronze scripture had already landed on top of Yi Xian's head. The 7 pages of the ancient bronze scripture were flipping continuously. The terrifying aura it released made it impossible for Yi Fengtian to get close to Yi Xian. It was boundless and limitless. The primal chaos vanished without a trace, and the universe disappeared. Where is this? Yi Xian exclaimed in surprise. He realized that he was in a place of nothingness. There was no heaven or earth, no universe or starry sky. This place seemed to be isolated from everything. Only he was here. Eternal dream. Rumble. The heavens trembled, and the primordial divine voice echoed. Without waiting for Yi Xian to react, wisps of smoke like white gas rose up from the void and quickly engulfed him. Ah! Pain. Extreme pain. Yi Xian felt as if his soul was about to explode in the white smoke. However, the mysterious words of the ancient bronze scripture flowed through his mind, forcing him to endure the pain that was worse than death. He silently memorized the words of the ancient bronze scripture in his heart. He did not know how long had passed. It could have been a day, a year, or even a yuan hui. Yi Xian had already forgotten the concept of time. The pain he endured was also dissipating little by little. Only the mysterious words of the ancient bronze scripture continued to flow in his heart. Outside. Yi Fengtian was anxiously pacing back and forth. Yi Xian had already lost his mind for 1,000 years. If it were not for the fact that Yi Xian's body was still alive, Yi Fengtian would have thought that Yi Xian's soul had already dispersed and died. Buzz! Suddenly, just as Yi Fengtian was about to lose his patience, the ancient bronze scripture above Yi Xian's head dissipated. It then turned into a beam of light and entered Yi Xian's forehead. In the next moment, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. However, his eyes were cloudy and confused. It was as if he had slept for a very long time. Now that he had woken up, his consciousness was still somewhat hazy. However, the moment Yi Xian opened his eyes, everything in the world began to distort. Even Yi Fengtian, who was in front of him, suddenly felt an extreme sense of terror. The life force in his body seemed to be dissipating. Master! Yi Fengtian hurriedly shouted, hoping to wake Yi Xian from his dazed state. Perhaps it was because of Yi Fengtian's shout, Yi Xian's cloudy eyes gradually became clear. A black light flashed through his eyes and the distorted world returned to normal. Master, you're finally awake. Yi Fengtian heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Xian's state just now was too terrifying. Yi Fengtian himself had almost melted into the world. Yi Fengtian still had lingering fears. Eternal dream? As Yi Xian woke up, he began to murmur in his sleep. It was as if he was savoring these words. His brows were tightly knit together. Eternal dream. This was a forbidden technique, one that surpassed forbidden techniques. Although it couldn't be considered a forbidden technique, it was still a supreme technique that could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. What was the meaning of eternal dream? Eternal dream, reincarnation in the sky. The eternal dream could allow one to live forever. However, this kind of eternal existence was not real life. Rather, it existed in a different form. It was as if one had fallen into an eternal dream. In this dream, one could unearth all of one's potential and improve at an unimaginable speed. However, this forbidden technique was extremely dangerous. If one used the eternal dream, they could live forever in a dream, never to wake up. It was also possible that this person would no longer appear in the chaos verse. However, the benefits were obvious. In the eternal dream, everything one saw and thought could come true. The caster could transform into anyone and even possess everything of that person. To put it bluntly, within the great dream of eternity, Yi Xian could transform into any taboo character he'd ever seen, as well as any supreme being. He could also master all sorts of divine abilities and secret techniques he'd ever seen. Of course, this was also an extremely dangerous thing. If Yi Xian transformed into someone else, it was very likely that he would lose himself and become the person he had transformed into. Moreover, this was only one of the benefits. In the eternal dream, Yi Xian would constantly reincarnate and experience things that he had once experienced. He could even reincarnate into his past and present lives. The eternal dream, eternal dream, eternal dream, eternal dream. However, eternal dream was a dream, and not the real chaos verse. Therefore, the great dream of eternity was too dangerous. It was also the most terrifying taboo technique that Yi Xian had obtained. This technique had already surpassed the taboo. Although it wasn't as good as the taboo heaven technique, it was still extremely terrifying. This was because one would forever live in the dream and no longer exist in the world. This was almost equivalent to one's soul dispersing and dying. However, the eternal dream was not a dead end. If the caster could wake up from the dream, everything that he had experienced in the dream would appear in reality on the caster's body. Danger and opportunity coexisted, and fortune and misfortune depended on each other. This was the eternal dream, and it also made Yi Xian's mood extremely complicated. Originally, he had hoped to obtain a forbidden technique. Only then would he be able to find Lu Bai. Unfortunately, the eternal dream was not the forbidden technique he wanted. Master, what's wrong? Seeing Yi Xian's expression changing, Yi Fengtian probed. Nothing. Yi Xian's thoughts turned and he suppressed his complicated mood. No matter what, the eternal dream was a trump card. Perhaps it was the only way for him to survive the chaotic divine punishment. Fengtian, it's time for us to go back. Yes, master. Yi Xian waved his sleeve and directly opened up a realm-crossing door. The master and disciple took a step forward and disappeared. Chapter 1722. The sky was boundless, and the world was vast. The 99 heavenly palaces spanned across the sky, and the imperial palace was at the top of the 99 heavenly palaces. Without Yi Xian's permission, no one was allowed to step into it. Inside the imperial palace, spiritual energy floated, and laws were born. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on a cloud. He frowned slightly as if he had a lot on his mind. A hint of heaviness flashed through his eyes. Since Yi Xian returned to the buried heaven palace, he had been cultivating in seclusion to comprehend the eternal dream. However, the more he understood about the eternal dream, the more uneasy Yi Xian felt. Eternal dream, eternal dream. Yi Xian muttered in a heavy voice. His eyes were filled with endless self-ridicule. If it wasn't a critical moment, he definitely wouldn't use this taboo heaven-defying technique. He would live forever in a dream without himself in the world. The eternal dream was too dangerous. Phew. Yi Xian slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He calmed himself down and temporarily didn't think about the dangers of the eternal dream. His only task now was to open the 11th heavenly gate and face the most dangerous chaos heavenly punishment. He had to face it sooner or later. Avoiding it was the behavior of a coward, and it would affect his invincible heart. He had to take this step sooner or later. Since he was going to do it, there was no need to be afraid. Even if the chaos heavenly punishment was feared by the taboo, Yi Xian had to overcome it. Only then could his cultivation continue to improve. Rumble. Yi Xian's mind settled. He formed a seal with both hands and began to use the buried heaven technique. The 10 heavenly gates rotated behind him, and there were also buried heaven reincarnation ribbons surrounding him. Yi Xian cultivated with Yi Fengtian for millions of years. Not only did Yi Fengtian's cultivation soar, but he also cultivated diligently. Now that Yi Xian's cultivation was at its peak, he was not far from opening the 11th heavenly gate. According to Yi Xian's estimation, he would be able to open the 11th heavenly gate in millions of years at most. Millions of years seemed long, but it was actually very fast. According to Yi Xian's normal cultivation speed, it would take him at least half a yuan hui to open the 11th gate of heaven. This was because Yi Xian's body was like a bottomless pit. The amount of cultivation resources required to open each divine gate was unimaginable. This was all thanks to Yi Xian's burying heaven palace, which provided him with an endless supply of cultivation resources. That was why his cultivation speed had skyrocketed. Cultivation was boring and tasteless. Only by enduring the unbearable loneliness of ordinary people could one become stronger than anyone else. Time flowed like water, alternating with time. Yi Xian savored loneliness and also enjoyed it. Every day, he immersed himself in a sea of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to cultivate. He crazily devoured the endless spiritual energy, allowing his cultivation to constantly grow. Time passed quickly, and the sun and moon alternated. In the blink of an eye, 10 million years had passed. During this time, burying heaven palace had grown to an unimaginable level. There were more than a dozen immortal great perfection experts, and countless immortal great perfection experts. The disciples of the orthodoxy were all over the 5 regions. There were also half-step omnipotent experts who had been silent for many years who joined burying heaven palace. This also pushed burying heaven palace's momentum to the extreme. It vaguely became the master of the 10th Yuanhui, as if it had replaced the all-spirit sky palace. Time passed quickly, and there were less than 300 million years left before the end of the 10th Yuan Hui. Although the entire chaotic world seemed peaceful, and burying Heaven Palace's power had reached its peak, there were surging waves in the dark. This was because whenever Yuan Hui was about to end, this period was also the most peaceful era. Everyone and forces would be silent. This was because everyone was waiting for the beginning of the next Yuan Hui. When the new Yuan Hui began, it would be the cruelest era. Whether it was the orthodoxies, the immortal great beings, or even the peerless geniuses who had been hiding for countless years, they would all come out when the new Yuan Hui began. Who would become the new master of the Yuan Hui? Who would rule the 11th Yuan Hui? Who would become the new omnipotent expert? These answers would all be given when the new Yuan Hui began. Everyone was preparing, and even some people who had never come out were also proving the saying, if you don't make a sound, you will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, rumble. In the 99 heavenly palaces, the doors of the imperial palace opened with a rumble. The crowd was waiting outside the imperial palace. When Yi Xian strolled out of the imperial palace, he was accompanied by the sound of a tsunami. Greetings, my lord. The mountains and rivers shook, and the heavens and earth trembled. Everyone prostrated themselves on the ground and shouted the name of Yi Xian. Everyone's eyes were filled with reverence. Everyone, there's no need to be so courteous. Yi Xian was dressed in black. His once black hair had turned silver white. At this moment, it hung behind his head and rippled slightly in the wind. Thousands of years had passed, and no one knew why Yi Xian had become like this. Why did his originally black hair turn snow white after thousands of years? What exactly did Yi Xian experience during these thousands of years of cultivation? Everyone was puzzled, but no one dared to ask. Even Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen were bewildered. Yi Xian. His gaze was as deep as an ancient pond. He looked at the people who were bowing to him and realized that there were many unfamiliar faces, but each of them had an extremely powerful cultivation base. Yi Xian came to a realization. It seemed that these unfamiliar faces were all cultivators who had just joined the burying Heaven Palace. 3 days later, there will be a great tribulation. You may all disperse, Yi Xian said calmly. As you command, my lord. Everyone kowtowed in response and left the 99 heavenly palaces. Only Yi Xian left Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen behind and asked them to enter the imperial palace with him. Inside the imperial palace, Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He looked up at the stars above his head. His gaze was slightly erratic, as if he was reminiscing about something. Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen waited patiently. They knew that Yi Xian must have something to tell them. How many years have you been with me? Finally, Yi Xian came back to his senses and turned to look at the two. 832,840,000 years, Gu Beichen said solemnly. Yi Xian nodded and said, so many years have passed. You followed me from the human world to the chaos. We've been apart more than we've been together. It's been hard on you all these years. Sir, don't be like this. It's a pity that Beichen and I are useless. We can't help you at all with our cultivation base. We can only take care of some trivial matters for you. Fatso Huang said bitterly and self-deprecatingly. At this moment, Gu Beichen had only opened the 7th divine gate, and Fatso Huang had only opened the 4th. They were indeed a little weak in the burying Heaven Palace. Actually, I've mistreated you for following me for so many years. Yi Xian sighed. He only cared about his own cultivation, and most of the time, he didn't have the time to care about the two's cultivation. If he could spare some time to guide them in their cultivation, Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen wouldn't have their current cultivation base. Sir, please don't say that. If you didn't bring us along, I'm afraid we would have died of old age in the human world. Fatso Huang said in a rare serious tone. Chapter 1723. Buzz. Yi Xian flipped his hand and two Qiankuan pouches appeared. He handed them to the two and said, "There are a lot of chaos spiritual items and some of my cultivation techniques, including a tribulation transcender technique. You too can cultivate it diligently. I believe that when the 10th period is over, you too should be able to reach the complete immortal realm." After receiving the Qiankuan pouches from Yi Xian, their expressions changed slightly because they felt that Yi Xian seemed to be making arrangements for his death. "Sir, are you not confident that you can pass the tribulation in 3 days?" Fatso Huang asked worriedly. The one who knew Yi Xian the best was undoubtedly Fatso Huang. How can the chaos heavenly punishment be so easy to pass? Yi Xian laughed self-deprecatingly, then his expression turned serious. He looked at the two and said, "I want the two of you to promise me one thing." "Sir, please speak." The two hurriedly bowed. "If I succeed in transcending the tribulation, everything will be fine. But if I fail, I want the two of you to leave the heavenly burial palace and find a place to live in seclusion for the rest of your life. Don't make enemies with anyone, and don't fight for the position of the so-called strongest." Yi Xian warned. This. Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen were shocked, and they heard this because they felt that Yi Xian was really making arrangements for his death. Burial Heaven Palace was created by Yi Xian himself. As long as he was alive, no one dared to go against his will. Even Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen had risen along with him. Even if their cultivation was not good, everyone had to listen to them. However, if Yi Xian failed his tribulation and really died in the primal chaos heavenly punishment, the two of them wouldn't be able to suppress the cultivators of the heavenly burial palace with their cultivation bases. They would only bring about a fatal disaster to the two of them. Therefore, Yi Xian reminded the two of them that if he was really gone, they should give up all their rights in Burial Heaven Palace and live in seclusion. This was the best ending for them. "Sir, you will definitely survive this calamity," Fatso Huang said with a trembling voice. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Actually, I'm most worried about the two of you. Although we're master and servant in name, we're actually no different from brothers. After all, you've followed me from the human realm to the chaos. Throughout this journey, the two of you are the only people I've trusted the most. So, I want you to promise me that if I'm really gone, you must leave Sky-Burying Palace." Yi Xian said. "Sir, we understand," Gu Beichen said bitterly. "Go." Yi Xian waved at the two of them, and the two of them left reluctantly. Chaos Heavenly Punishment. Yi Xian looked up at the vast starry sky as heavenly gates rose one after another behind him. When the apparition of the 11th heavenly gate was faintly discernible, the entire The Arch Palace trembled slightly. 3 days later, Yi Xian would open the 11th heavenly gate and welcome his chaos heavenly punishment. If he succeeded, he would have a boundless future, but if he failed, his soul would scatter. What was to come would come, and what was to be faced could not be avoided. Yi Xian had already made all the preparations. Yi Xian spat out a stream of turbid air. He sat cross-legged in the Arch Palace and began to adjust his condition. He wanted to raise his essence, energy, and spirit to the peak so that he could face the chaos heavenly punishment in 3 days. 3 days later. Rumble. In the Aeon Vault of Heaven, heaven and earth shook. Ancient auras came from the 99th layer of heaven. All the cultivators of Sky-Burying Palace looked on with reverence. Everyone's eyes were filled with reverence. In the 99th layer of heaven, and the Arch Palace slowly rose until it left the 99th layer of heaven and entered the Chaos Heavens. Congratulations, the Arch Palace Lord, for successfully overcoming the calamity. Heaven and earth trembled and the mountains roared. All the cultivators of Sky-Burying Palace knelt down and watched the Arch Palace enter the Chaos Heavens with reverence. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. At the same time, everyone sensed it. The 7 Supremes opened their eyes at the same time and looked towards the Chaos Heavens. Each of them had a different expression and a trace of shock flashed across their eyes. What tribulation is he facing? Is he opening the 11th gate of heaven? Sir, you will definitely succeed. The 7 Supremes whispered and looked towards Yi Xian's direction from afar. Everyone's eyes were filled with complex emotions. If Yi Xian succeeded this time, it meant that his cultivation base would increase tremendously again. He would not be any weaker than the Supremes. On the other side, in the distant chaos world, Aeon Shadow looked at him indifferently. Gai Tianyuan accompanied him with a complicated look in his eyes. Master, can he succeed? Gai Tianyuan asked. If he is one of the few forbidden existences, he can pass the chaos heavenly punishment. Otherwise, he will die without a doubt. Aeon Shadow said faintly. His scarlet eyes flashed with a deep light. Whether it was him or the other forbidden existences, they had always thought that Yi Xian was the reincarnation of someone and that this person was the forbidden existences of the forbidden existences. Now, it was time to verify this matter. If Yi Xian was really one of the forbidden existences of the forbidden existences, he would be able to pass this tribulation. On the other hand, if Yi Xian faced the chaos heavenly punishment, he would die without a burial ground. This was because even forbidden existences were afraid of the chaos heavenly punishment, let alone Yi Xian who could pass it. At the same time, Aeon Shadow was not the only one paying attention to Yi Xian. In a certain corner of the chaotic universe, the chess ancestor was holding a black and white chessboard. He was also looking in Yi Xian's direction. Whether you are the reincarnation of a forbidden existence or not, we will know today, the chess ancestor said in a hoarse voice. In the ancestral land of the cosmic beasts. The ancestor of the beasts had a deep look in his eyes. He did not say anything and only let out a long sigh that contained an indescribable meaning. In another corner of the chaos, the mysterious person who walked out of the chaos river was also looking at Yi Xian. However, his scarlet eyes flickered as killing intent flashed in them from time to time. It doesn't matter if you are him or not. No one can play chess for all eternity. Today, the chaos heavenly punishment is descending upon the world. Are you going to reveal your true self? The mysterious person who walked out of the chaos river muttered in a trembling voice. In the vast cosmos, in the boundless universe, an empyrean palace spanned across the cosmos. Large stars rotated as waves in the astral sea churned. However, the empyrean palace was not affected in any way as it towered in the cosmos. Rumble. The heavens trembled as the empyrean palace's doors rumbled open. A deep figure walked out of the empyrean palace as his snow-white hair fluttered in the cosmos. Open. Bang, bang, bang. It was sublimated to the extreme as the heavens exploded. Heavenly gates opened one after another in a terrifying manner as the heaven burial samsara flowed out. Yi Xian's entire body released a heavenly might that had never been seen before. The 10 heavenly gates spanned across the ages. At that moment, they rumbled and rotated in the cosmos, emitting the might of the chaos that shocked the world. However, this was only the beginning. It was not the end. The 11th heavenly gate's phantom image appeared as a terrifying aura that could sweep through the cosmos spread over. Rumble. Finally, under Yi Xian's extreme sublimation, the 11th heavenly gate finally took form. The mysterious samsara halo bloomed on the door. It was so blinding that one could not open their eyes. Chapter 1724. Powerful. Extremely powerful. At this moment, Yi Xian felt a power he had never felt before. The power in his body was boiling like lava, giving him the urge to release it. Arg! His roar shattered the starry sky and exploded the chaos. Yi Xian spat out an ancient thunderous sound, causing the entire universe to explode. The 11 heavenly gates rumbled as they rotated, and the light of reincarnation that poured down from them illuminated him with boundless magnificence. Rumble. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The chaos trembled, and Yi Xian's aura rose at a terrifying speed. He, who had opened the 11th heavenly gate, was undergoing a qualitative transformation. All living beings were shocked, and the world was shocked. This scene fell into everyone's eyes, especially the 7 strongest beings. The aura released by Yi Xian made their hearts tremble in fear. Dang, dang, dang. Suddenly, just as everyone was feeling shocked, one mysterious bell after another rang out, causing the entire chaos-verse to rumble and shake. It was as if the chaos had exploded, and like the morning bell and evening drum, the mysterious and heavy bell sounds came from the universe. This bell sound shook one's soul, as if it had existed since ancient times. It made one's soul feel like it was about to collapse. Chaos Heavenly Punishment. When Yi Xian opened the 11th heavenly gate, the Chaos Heavenly Punishment finally descended. The aura of destruction filled the entire starry sky and universe. It's coming. Rumble. The 11 heavenly gates rumbled and rotated. Yi Xian roared in the starry sky. He looked up, and his expression was ferocious and terrifying. His eyes flickered with madness. The starry sky was dark and silent. The rotating stars were stagnating, and the surging sea of stars was calming down. An indescribable terror was growing, and only the mysterious and heavy bell sounds kept coming. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying thing happened. Chi chi chi. The eternal universe was filled with order. Chains appeared out of nowhere, and an aura of order spread out. These chains seemed to have a mind of their own, and they instantly wrapped around Yi Xian. Chains of order. Yi Xian roared coldly. The 11 heavenly gates rotated in a terrifying manner, trying to destroy all the chains of order that were entangling him. Unfortunately, although Yi Xian had opened the 11th gate of heaven, the power of the 11th gate of heaven had not been completely absorbed by Yi Xian under the suppression of chaos heavenly punishment. These chains of order completely ignored the 11 heavenly gates and instantly wrapped around his body. Ah! Being entangled by the chains of order was an unparalleled tribulation. Yi Xian's flesh was exploding, and one could faintly see his bones. This caused Yi Xian to let out a furious roar. Primal chaos heavenly punishment, annihilation of body and soul. When this scene appeared before the eyes of the 7 supreme beings, each and every one of them trembled to the extreme. This was the power of the chaos verse, and it was not something that any living being could withstand. At the beginning of chaos, order was born. There were always some existences that the chaos verse didn't tolerate. No matter how powerful those taboo existences were, they wouldn't dare to truly appear in the chaos verse. Even if they did appear, they would restrain their power for fear of attracting chaos tribulation. The so-called chaos tribulation didn't refer to a tribulation. It truly represented the will of the chaos verse, and also meant that one had to fight against it. Therefore, the tribulation it produced was extremely terrifying. For the current Yi Xian, it was truly an unsolvable tribulation. Break. Yi Xian's blood dyed the starry sky. He was roaring ferociously, and his body was glowing. Rays of heaven burial reincarnation were blooming, and the chains of order that wrapped around his body were actually collapsing inch by inch. Emperor. All the cultivators within the 99 heavenly burial palaces cried out in excitement. They could sense Yi Xian's unparalleled strength, and it was enough to excite them all. Bang! The chaos exploded, and order crumbled. In the vast starry sky, Yi Xian was like a blazing sun. The chains of order that wrapped around his body shattered with a loud bang. Huff, huff, huff. Yi Xian was bathed in blood. His eyes were terrifyingly red as he panted heavily. The chains of order had caused him great damage, but he had still managed to overcome it. However, Yi Xian wasn't excited at all. He knew that this was only the beginning. If the chaos tribulation was so easy to overcome, even taboo characters wouldn't be so afraid of it. Rumble. As expected, the boundless darkness of the cosmos changed once again. Rays of mysterious and unadorned light bloomed, and the vast and mysterious sound of a bell rang out rapidly. Hum. Chaos reversal, cosmos reversal. At this moment, the chaotic spacetime seemed to distort, and even time and space were reversing. Furthermore, it was happening to Yi Xian's body. Spacetime reversal. Something extremely terrifying happened. The 11th heavenly gate was reversing, and gradually began to fade. It even showed signs of crumbling, and it gave Yi Xian a sense of extreme weakness. Spacetime freeze. Yi Xian roared in horror. He frantically urged his cultivation to freeze the 11th heavenly gate, but under the great spacetime tribulation, the spacetime profundity he cultivated was useless. Spacetime reversal, the power of chaos. Spacetime wasn't just a force, but one of the greatest laws of the chaotic universe. At this moment it appeared in the chaos tribulation, causing Yi Xian an unimaginable calamity. Ugh! Yi Xian's cultivation was regressing, and the 11th heavenly gate was slowly dissipating. An extreme sense of weakness grew in his mind. Samsara. At this critical moment, Yi Xian formed hand seals with both hands and frantically urged the heaven burial art. Rays of samsara halo surrounded him, enveloping him within. Only the profundity of samsara could withstand the chaos tribulation of spacetime. Under Yi Xian's frenzied urging, the 11th heavenly gate rotated again, and then erupted with boundless light, truly fusing with Yi Xian. Break! Yi Xian roared into the starry sky, and the eternal samsara fist blasted out. The samsara fist light that pierced through the chaos was so terrifying that it directly shattered the spacetime tribulation into nothingness. What was samsara? Samsara didn't exist in the chaotic universe, and it was even above the various laws. In samsara, all laws were destroyed. Silence, silence, the silence of all things. When Yi Xian broke through the spacetime tribulation, the entire starry universe fell silent, but a formless terror quietly grew. Dong, dong, dong. Like the morning bell and evening drum, like the beginning of the chaos, the primal chaos rang out. Rays of mysterious chaos laws were born in the starry sky, and then they turned into rays of light that gathered together. Buzz. A millstone. A millstone that blotted out the sky. A millstone that killed all things. When all the laws merged together, a black millstone appeared in the boundless starry sky. No laws of heaven, existing forever with the world. This mysterious millstone was boundless, and one couldn't see the end of it. Simple and unadorned patterns appeared on the millstone, and the light that could obliterate all things flickered on the millstone. Rumble. The black millstone rumbled and rotated according to an unchanging law. Streams of murderous and chaotic aura appeared. The surrounding starry sky and the universe were collapsing. It was as if everything would be obliterated by this millstone. Chapter 1725. Obliteration Millstone. Inside the Chaos World. Ancient Shadow suddenly rose to his feet. His scarlet eyes trembled, and there was a hint of fear in them. How is this possible? Why would the obliteration millstone appear? Aeon Shadow muttered in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes, and he couldn't believe that Yi Xian had attracted the obliteration millstone. Master, what is that? Gai Tianyuan asked in a trembling voice. Obliteration millstone, obliterating all things. Aeon Shadow said in shock. His scarlet eyes drifted, as if he had fallen into a distant memory. There was a hint of bitterness in his eyes. The obliteration millstone, a product of the chaos. When the chaos universe reaches its end, the obliteration millstone will appear and obliterate all life in the chaos universe until a new chaos universe opens, Aeon Shadow said in a trembling voice. What? Guy Tianyuan was shocked, his face instantly turning pale. No, this chaos universe hasn't reached the 12th period yet. This isn't the real obliteration millstone. It's just a phantom formed by the laws of chaos. Aeon Shadow suddenly raised his head and looked at the obliteration millstone again. The shock in his eyes slowly dissipated. Sure enough, he found that the obliteration millstone was just a phantom. It wasn't a real object. Aeon Shadow breathed a sigh of relief. If the obliteration millstone really appeared, even he would have to be careful. No one knew better than him how terrifying the obliteration millstone was. In the previous Chaos universe, he had experienced the power of the obliteration millstone. If it weren't for his inverse character art, he would have died to the obliteration millstone. How did he attract the obliteration millstone's phantom? Aeon Shadow's eyes flickered. It should be known that the obliteration millstone's phantom shouldn't appear in the Chaos Tribulation. Could he really be someone's reincarnation? Aeon Shadow muttered in shock. Rumble. The starry sky collapsed, obliterating all things. The black millstone that blotted out the sky rotated. Streams of obliterating energy descended, even turning this part of the universe into nothingness. Obliteration millstone. Yi Xian paused for a moment as he gritted his teeth and spat out these 4 words. His eyes revealed a heavy expression that had never been seen before, and there was even a trace of bitter despair. Back then, Aeon Shadow had mentioned the various calamities of the Chaos universe when he was by his side. The obliteration millstone was one of the most terrifying of them all. However, Yi Xian didn't expect that the obliteration millstone would descend from the Chaos Tribulation. Of course, Yi Xian could sense that it wasn't the obliteration millstone was merely a phantom millstone. However, even if it was just an illusion, it still contained the destructive power of the world-exterminating millstone. This power was enough to obliterate him on the spot. Rumble. The world annihilation millstone rumbled as it rotated. A terrifying light of annihilation flickered on the millstone. Following the sound of primal chaos exploding, the world annihilation millstone charged towards Yi Xian. Bang bang bang. As the Armageddon millstone continued to descend, billions of miles of the chaos cosmos were obliterated. Just the aura that obliterated all things turned countless stars into ashes. The obliteration millstone obliterated everything. This wasn't just for show. Even though it was just a phantom, it wasn't something that Yi Xian could withstand. Crack. Yi Xian bore the brunt of the attack. Before the obliteration millstone could reach him, his body had already begun to crack. Large amounts of blood spurted out and the 11 heavenly gates shook violently as if they were about to collapse at any time. Arg! The obliteration millstone locked onto Yi Xian. He was under unimaginable pressure. His tall and straight spine was bent as if the eternal universe was pressing down on him, trying to crush him completely. Open. Yi Xian raised his hands to the sky and roared ferociously. At this moment, he had sublimated to the extreme and unleashed all his cultivation. He didn't want to die under the obliteration millstone. Rumble. Something terrifying and shocking happened. Yi Xian raised his arms and fearlessly faced the obliteration millstone. He used both his hands to block the obliteration millstone's descent, trying to resist the obliteration millstone's descent. Rumble. The obliteration millstone rumbled as it rotated. The obliteration millstone's terrifying aura that could obliterate everything bloomed. Yi Xian's hands were badly mutilated and then spread to his entire body at an extremely fast speed. Puff. Puff. Under the obliteration of the world annihilation millstone, Yi Xian let out a mournful roar. However, the flesh and blood all over his body exploded inch by inch. His entire body was covered in blood, causing people to be unable to bear to look at him directly. Puff. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the obliteration of the world annihilation millstone, his entire body was dispirited to the extreme. The 11 heavenly gates were on the verge of collapse, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. Mr. Emperor Lord. When this scene appeared, Fatso Huang and the others roared miserably. It was because Yi Xian was too miserable at this moment. The obliteration millstone was simply too terrifying. Everyone was certain that even if the strongest of all eternity encountered this tribulation, they would probably die tragically under the obliteration millstone. At this moment, the 7 strongest looked at each other in horror. Just the power released by the obliteration millstone was enough to make them smell the scent of death. The Extreme Love Master said in a trembling voice, "Mister, you must pass through it." "No. I can't die. I absolutely can't die." In the starry sky, Yi Xian was badly mutilated as he roared crazily in his heart. He wanted to shatter the obliteration millstone that was pressing down on him, but he couldn't do it at all. Tribulation Transcender Technique. In the next moment, Yi Xian roared in grief and indignation. Since he couldn't shatter the obliteration millstone, he would devour its power. Rumble. Black fog filled the sky and the earth. The profound meanings of the Tribulation Transcender Technique and the heaven-devouring demonic art were released to the extreme as they tried to devour the obliteration millstone. Wah! But in the next moment, Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood again. His devouring technique directly dissipated, completely destroyed by the obliteration millstone. The obliteration millstone could obliterate all things. Not only could it obliterate living beings, but it could also obliterate all nomological powers. The so-called devouring technique was naturally useless. Bang! The obliteration millstone continued to fall, and Yi Xian's arms turned into a bloody mist. The terrifying millstone suppressed his body, and with a loud bang, half of his body was obliterated without a trace. Samsara. Rumble. Yi Xian's shattered body recovered once again. The 11 heavenly gates protected his body, but the obliteration millstone was too terrifying. The 11 heavenly gates were shaking violently, and it was obvious that they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Xian bitterly resisted the descent of the obliteration millstone, but his heart was already filled with despair because he couldn't resist this destructive power at all. Calm down. I must calm down. At this critical moment of life and death, Yi Xian constantly reminded himself to calm down. Heaven's Secret. Primal Chaos Heaven's Secret. Suddenly, Yi Xian's body and mind trembled because he discovered something that made him extremely pleasantly surprised. Under the obliteration of the obliteration millstone, the primal chaos heaven's secret no longer existed in this starry sky universe, and it was filled with the power of the obliteration millstone. Otherize the future. I can use otherize the future. Yi Xian roared excitedly in his heart. Otherize the future. It was Yi Xian's greatest trump card. However, this trump card had great restrictions and was not tolerated by the primal chaos universe. As long as the primal chaos heaven's secret existed, Yi Xian could not use this method. However, the appearance of the obliteration millstone happened to obliterate everything. Even the primal chaos heaven's secret no longer existed in this starry sky, giving Yi Xian a chance to use otherize the future. Chapter 1726. Rumble. The obliterating millstone spun as it released an aura that could kill all living things. The starry sky and the universe no longer existed. Terrifying black holes were exploding. I can't wait any longer. Yi Xian roared in his heart. If he didn't use future transformation, he would really die under the obliterating millstone. Future transformation. Yi Xian raised his arms to the sky and resisted the obliterating millstone's descent. An ancient roar came from his mouth. Dong, dong, dong. It was as if the universe was shaking and all living things were being born. The ancient heavy footsteps could be heard, and a deep shadow appeared. After passing through the ancient and modern world, breaking the boundaries of time and space, the illusory future finally appeared. The past no longer existed, the present couldn't be seen, and the future couldn't be expected. The starry sky was distorted, and the myriad of laws were boundless. The figure walked out of the illusory future, and with his appearance, the entire chaotic world froze. Even the obliterating millstone's rotation slowed down. The future was illusory, but it was also real. Future transformation was an incomplete forbidden heavenly law, and it was unimaginably terrifying. Rumble. Like the heavens and earth, the primal chaos trembled. This future illusion walked towards Yi Xian with large strides. Yi Xian's face also revealed an excited expression. When the future illusion merged with him, an angry roar that could explode the eternal universe sounded out from Yi Xian's mouth. Open for me. Rumble. 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 When Yi Xian merged with the future, his entire body emitted an extremely terrifying light. His originally hunched back was now as straight as a pine tree. His arms supported the obliterating millstone, causing it to rumble. Get lost! Yi Xian roared. He raised one arm and punched the obliterating millstone. The fist radiance that penetrated the chaotic world was so blinding that people couldn't open their eyes. Bang! The fist penetrated the chaos. The fist destroyed the starry sky. The fist was the fusion of Yi Xian's present and future. The fist blasted the obliterating millstone away. I am invincible, sweeping through the ages. At this moment, Yi Xian could be said to be in his strongest state ever. He was terrifying, invincible, and spanned across the universe. The unparalleled power of the heaven burial samsara swept across hundreds of millions of miles of the starry sky and even affected the entire chaotic world. Rumble. The starry sky was exploding, the stars were falling, and the 5 regions of chaos were trembling. Mountains and rivers were overturning, and mountains and seas were exploding. Even the boundless land sank into a terrifying state. Streams of terrifying underground lava spurted out, causing an unimaginable disaster to the 5 regions of chaos. What a scary Yi Xian! What kind of technique is he using? Could it be that even the chaos heavenly punishment can't kill him? Even though they were millions and millions of miles away from Yi Xian, they could still feel the aura that was being released by Yi Xian right now. It was enough to cause their hearts to tremble. Strong. It was terrifyingly powerful. It was so powerful that it was almost unstoppable. It was so powerful that it was almost comparable to a taboo figure. At this moment, Yi Xian was extremely terrifying. He had completely entered an indescribable state. Even the taboo figures who were secretly watching him were shocked by his strength. What a great technique to transform the future. The chess grandmaster held the black and white chessboard in his hand. Life and death chi revolved around him. He looked at the terrifying light that was being released from Yi Xian's body from afar. His expression was extremely solemn. Breaking through the ancient and modern worlds, reversing time and space, and deducing the future for one's own use. This technique is too heaven-defying. Only a taboo heavenly technique can suppress this technique, the ancient shadow commented solemnly. Transform the future. The taboo figure who walked out of the river of chaos looked at him coldly. Fear flashed across his eyes. Can you transform the past? The taboo figure who walked out of the river of chaos muttered in a trembling voice. There was a hint of fear in his eyes as if he had thought of something extremely terrifying. The ancestral land of the giant beasts of the starry sky. The ancestor of all beasts was surrounded by death light as his scarlet eyes flickered slightly. Strong. He is indeed terrifyingly powerful. Unfortunately, he is still a little short of a taboo. This chaos heavenly punishment is not that simple, the ancestor of all beasts muttered in a deep voice. Unparalleled throughout the ages, fearless in the present. Yi Xian stood alone in the vast starry sky as rays of heaven burial reincarnation appeared one after another. The world annihilation millstone was blasted flying by him, but Yi Xian's expression didn't contain the slightest bit of excitement. Rumble. All of a sudden, the chaos distorted and the starry sky shattered. The apocalyptic millstone appeared once again. It was not damaged after being sent flying by Yi Xian's punch, and it was impossible for it to dissipate. Although it was only a phantom and not the real apocalyptic millstone, it was filled with the power of apocalypse. What was the power of apocalypse? Even taboo figures feared the power of apocalypse. When the apocalyptic millstone descended in the previous chaotic universe, even taboo figures had to struggle at death's door to survive. Although the apocalyptic millstone was only a phantom, it was not that easy for Yi Xian to shatter it. Eternal reincarnation, heaven burial extermination. Rumble. Without waiting for the apocalyptic millstone to fall, Yi Xian roared into the starry sky. He took the initiative to attack and completely shattered the apocalyptic millstone in the starry sky. Boom! The eternal reincarnation fist destroyed everything. It was not affected by the apocalyptic millstone at all. It turned into a reincarnation fist radiance that penetrated through the ages and bombarded the apocalyptic millstone. Bang! 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 Yi Xian was like a madman as he constantly hit the apocalyptic millstone until it rose up. The apocalyptic millstone seemed to contain the will of the chaotic universe as it released an extremely terrifying power of apocalypse. It kept crashing down on Yi Xian. This was a great calamity of life and death. It was a competition of who could kill the other. Although the apocalyptic millstone was not a living creature, the pressure it gave Yi Xian was unprecedentedly strong. Rumble. Rumble. Yi Xian threw out punch after punch. Every punch caused the apocalyptic millstone to rise up continuously. Although the apocalyptic millstone was rotating and constantly pouring down a terrifying power of apocalypse, it could not cause much damage to Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was too unfathomable. The combination of the present and future pushed him into an extremely terrifying state. Although he was not as strong as a taboo figure, he was much stronger than the strongest throughout the ages. The Emperor Lord is invincible. The Emperor Lord is eternal. The cultivators in Buried Heaven Palace cheered excitedly because the power Yi Xian displayed made them tremble in fear and respect. Everyone was enjoying the fact that Yi Xian had survived this calamity. From now on, Buried Heaven Palace would reign supreme in the chaotic universe. In the universe's starry sky, Yi Xian's attacks became more and more terrifying and ferocious. He had already cracked the apocalyptic millstone, but the apocalyptic millstone still did not truly disperse. How can this be? Yi Xian was still attacking fiercely, but he frowned as a great sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. No one knew better than him how strong he was now. At this moment, every punch he threw out was so strong that even the strongest of all ancient times couldn't block it. However, after throwing out so many punches, he still couldn't break the obliterating millstone. Chapter 1727. Buzz. All of a sudden, something extremely strange happened. The shattered starry sky and universe froze. The rotating obliteration millstone stopped moving, but an extremely terrifying aura was growing. Huh! Yi Xian was shocked and instantly stopped attacking because an extremely terrifying aura was attacking him, making Yi Xian extremely uneasy. Roar! It was as if the chaotic universe was enraged and the heavens were collapsing. The starry sky within millions of miles changed horribly as a pair of ancient ferocious eyes appeared. A pair of eyes. A pair of ruthless and ferocious eyes. This pair of eyes was devoid of human emotions and stretched across the starry sky and universe. With the appearance of this pair of eyes, a gaze fell on Yi Xian and instantly froze Yi Xian. He's dead for sure. The eternal shadow, who was far away in the great desolate world, suddenly stood up. An extremely chaotic aura was released as he looked at Yi Xian from afar. Both of his fists were tightly clenched. This pair of eyes was known as the eyes of chaos and contained the will of chaos. When this pair of eyes appeared, it meant that Yi Xian was dead for sure. Will he show up? The forbidden figure who walked out of the river of chaos was also watching solemnly. However, his gaze was fixed on Yi Xian and there was a complicated and frightened look in his eyes. Open. Yi Xian was bound by an invisible force. He frantically activated his cultivation to break free, but it was to no avail. Moreover, his cultivation was rapidly dissipating. What is this? Yi Xian roared in shock. Just a single gaze had caused him to be unable to retaliate at all. Moreover, even his future was gradually dissipating. Rumble. The world-exterminating millstone rotated once more. This time, it was even more terrifying than before. The obliterating force that it emitted instantly descended onto Yi Xian's body. Crack. A strange sound was heard and Yi Xian's body shattered like porcelain. Large amounts of flesh and blood were peeled off and one could vaguely see his bones. Open. Yi Xian roared crazily. His present and future were merged and this was his strongest state. If he couldn't even withstand the chaos heavenly punishment in this state, he would really be doomed. What a pity. No matter how unwilling Yi Xian was, the pair of eyes of chaos and the obliteration millstone rendered Yi Xian helpless. The eyes of chaos fixed his cultivation and body and constantly weakened his future. The obliteration millstone's power skyrocketed and brought an even more terrifying calamity to Yi Xian. Chaos heavenly punishment, taboo retreats. This was absolutely not just empty words. How could it be so easy to overcome a calamity that even a taboo figure would avoid? Arg! Suddenly, an extremely unwilling roar sounded out. The world annihilation millstone had already descended onto Yi Xian's head. His flesh and blood were melting, and his entire body had turned into a skeleton. Other than the soul between his brows roaring crazily, Yi Xian had already suffered an unimaginable death. Annihilate. In the starry sky of the eternal universe, it was as if the sound of primal chaos was being suppressed. The world obliteration millstone poured down an invincible obliterating force, wanting to obliterate Yi Xian's soul. Arg! When the obliterating force acted on Yi Xian's divine soul, Yi Xian's consciousness began to become muddled, accompanied by a pain that was worse than death. If the soul existed, the person would exist. If the soul was destroyed, the person would die. At this moment, Yi Xian's divine soul was suffering a calamity that was much more terrifying than the physical body. If his divine soul was obliterated, he would have to use the life calamity technique to fight for a chance of survival. Otherwise, his body and soul would be destroyed. However, the life calamity technique only had a 50% success rate. Yi Xian had already failed the last time. If he failed again, his soul would really be destroyed. Still not showing up. On the other side, several taboo characters stared fixedly. The moment they had been waiting for had finally arrived. If Yi Xian was truly the taboo of taboo characters, he would definitely undergo a great change in his current predicament. Of course, these taboo characters didn't wish for Yi Xian to be someone's reincarnation because that would be too terrifying. It also meant that Yi and the others had all been tricked. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, just as all the taboo characters stared fixedly at Yi Xian, a strange sound reverberated throughout the chaotic universe. This sound was like footsteps that trampled on everyone's souls, making it difficult for them to breathe. An extreme sense of terror was born in their hearts. What's that? Suddenly, Aeon Shadow was horrified. He stared fixedly at Yi Xian, his scarlet eyes flickering intensely. Yi Xian had already been reduced to a skeleton. The divine soul between his brows had dimmed and was on the verge of collapse, but an indescribable aura was emanating from the depths of his divine soul. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Xian's divine soul, which was about to be extinguished, pulsed. With each pulsation, the entire starry universe darkened a little. Even the obliterating millstone that obliterated Yi Xian and the pair of chaos words above his head froze. Has it appeared? Is it really going to appear? The taboo characters looked at each other in horror. They were all waiting for something, but the fear in their hearts grew heavier. Rumble. Suddenly, a boundless darkness swallowed the entire chaotic universe. A dark shadow walked out of Yi Xian's divine soul. Heaven and earth froze, and the chaos came to a standstill. Even the thoughts of all living beings began to freeze. Everything in the world stopped moving, and only that faint black figure stood alone in the starry sky. I've reincarnated through the past and present, and stepped into the myriad universe. My body is dead, and my soul is destroyed. Who am I? Who am I? The heavens whispered, and the chaos fell silent. The dark figure stared at the boundless universe, and his voice was filled with grief. Then, he turned into a black light and returned to Yi Xian's divine soul. The legendary person has appeared. Does he really exist? Could it be that the legends since ancient times are true? No, that's impossible. How can such a person exist in the myriad universe? It's fake. It's all fake. The taboo characters roared in shock. No one knew what they were saying, but an indescribable fear grew in their bodies. It was as if they had seen the greatest horror of all time. Boom! The heavens trembled, and the chaos collapsed. The obliterating millstone shattered, and the eye of chaos disappeared. The dark starry sky collapsed, and the so-called chaos heavenly punishment vanished. Who are you? Who are you? Although the chaos heavenly punishment had disappeared, Yi Xian's flesh and blood had already dissipated, and even his divine soul was about to be extinguished. However, he could still feel everything that he had just seen. The dark figure walked out of his divine soul, and it made him tremble and roar. This was because Yi Xian did not want to be anyone's reincarnation. He only believed in himself, and he wanted to be invincible. Unfortunately, no matter how weak Yi Xian roared, the dark figure did not appear again. It was as if everything that had just happened was just a dream. Buzz! Yi Xian's white bones were being destroyed inch by inch, and his weak divine soul began to dissipate. His consciousness sank into darkness, and it was obvious that he was about to die. Although the appearance of the dark figure caused the chaos heavenly punishment to retreat, Yi Xian's death was not fake. At this moment, he was already at the end of his rope, and he was truly on the verge of death. Only the life calamity technique could give him a chance of survival. Eternal dream. Just as Yi Xian was about to die, his indignant roar came from the heavens. He did not use the life calamity technique, but chose the most dangerous eternal dream. Rumble. In the next moment, Yi Xian turned into ashes, completely vanishing from the universe's starry sky. It was as if he did not exist in this world. The Archlord. Sir. When Yi Xian turned into ashes and dissipated into the starry sky, everyone in Burial Heaven Palace was devastated. Fatso Huang and company even cried out loud. What a pity! Yi Xian had already dissipated, and not even a corpse was left behind. He had truly dissipated into the starry sky. He had failed to withstand the punishment of the chaos heavenly punishment. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.